So A-Race are supplying the brains for all of these bikes, and they also have a big hand in making sure that the performance is equalized. But for me, the interesting thing is the totally different handling characteristics of the Kawasaki and power delivery characteristics.
And the sound.
And the sound, yes. Yeah, we really didn't expect to hear a wail in this class, but we've certainly got it, and it's beautiful. And there is the wailing Aiki Iyoshi, followed by her Janatna.
Just getting a glimpse at Cal Vietnam's timing there. I mean, I feel like Cal Vietnam, he's very eager, but last round was such a shame. It was almost certain a podium in Buriram, but every time when it came down to the final turn, it was just really rotten luck for him. Yeah,
it was frustrating. He gave us a fantastic show in the press conference yesterday. He said that he had a very stern and thorough debrief with himself afterwards, and he said he really felt as though Zhuhai International was his home circuit, because of course they don't have any in Vietnam, and it's where he's done the most racing, and he really thought a podium wasn't enough. He was going for the win, and he said, now I think perhaps it's good to get on the podium first and work up from there. So some wisdom coming, I think, from those experiences from Cal Vietnam, but he still looked very positive, and he's currently sitting sixth on the timing screen as we speak, on 54.3. The weather conditions, the wind's going to be affecting it.
"15 minutes left in practice one." There's Herjun Atna, behind him Aiki Iyoshi. Herjun closing the gap to Ferozi, 0.639. He's the first rider to be under a second away from Ferozi. And I think that's not too surprising. Herjun has been very impressive last season. Even over here, he was just really unlucky with the DNF, and the championship was still alive for him at this point. Was it round five? Sorry,
yeah.
So it was still sort of alive for him, and then it all just ended right here.
Yeah, it was. They said they'd been working on the bike to cope with the new regulations and putting smaller sprockets on to help them with corner speed and getting out of the turns. And Herjun is such a good quality rider. He is very much a complete package now. And as I said earlier, if you had put a gun to my head and said who's going to get the championship this year, I'd have to pick Herjun.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. He's got this maturity about him when he rides, and yeah, it's really quality. Speaking of the adjustments that Astra have had to make, I think these changes to regulations to balance everything out has just been brilliant. To bring the costs down, to ensure that everyone, for teams which are not as well funded, perhaps, like they're able to compete with a bike of similar quality to the top teams, and that is really important in racing. We want to make it accessible for everyone. So big shout out to the technical team.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys were my heroes from the last round, without question. And we did see. Just trying to remember the front row at Buriram on the grid. Was it 3 different manufacturers? I can't remember, but we were. But you could see just how, right from the outset, how even the competition was between the 3 manufacturers: Yamaha, Kawasaki, and Honda.
Just have a look at the Aiki's teammate, Mamad Yandra. This is the closest we've seen him to Aiki actually since Buriram. So it looks like Deandra has found some improvement and some feeling on the bike, which is really good to see. He's a young talent on the rise.
Absolutely. This is probably a bit of a make or break year for Aiki Iyoshi. He's been in this class for several years, and we know he's a good rider. He has been dogged with bad luck, and he has, probably to be fair, introduced some of his own bad luck as well. So we're hoping for really good consistency. It's great to have him in the championship with his kind of experience, and I think he's rising to the challenge of learning how to deliver results on the Kawasaki ZX25R. And there he is, right on cue. .25 on your screen there is Warwick Tomnapakun, sorry, Watcherin Tubtamon for East NJT Racing Team. And that is it's Victor Racing.
46.
Let's see who that is.
461, Wang Jiadong.
Wang Jiadong, okay, so he's a regular rider for this season, isn't he? With Victor Racing. He's not one of the wild cards. This is his home race. Just looking at anything else on the timing screen. Well, what jumps out to me is it's just changed. I was going to say Yamaha, Kawasaki, Honda in the first three. Now it's Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki.
Just under 11 minutes away, and yeah, the Yamaha is looking strong, but Aiki and Herjin still keeping the fight alive in practice one, that is. So we look forward to seeing how this progresses throughout the weekend for the Kawasaki, at least. Even though they have data from previous rounds with Moto Sniper, I think it's still a different ball game now. You have a completely new bike. It's a different engine, different chassis.
Yeah, and I think Aiki Yoshi, talking about him as an experienced rider, he's exactly the right guy to have helped develop this bike to compete in this class. There is Ferozi, who's been at the top of the screen for almost all the session. Somebody else is off there, and that's one of the Bunsu Hondas. That's
Honda Vietnam, Nguyen Hu Tri.
Sorry, yeah. You can see how deep that gravel is. When I went on a track walk yesterday, I thought, oh, this gravel looks nice, and I put 1 foot in it, and it almost sunk up to my ankle, and I only put half my weight on it. It's really good, really well prepared, this circuit. So let's just celebrate the gravel trap now. Yeah, there he goes.
It's doing what a gravel trap really should do, and really trap the bike and rider.
Yeah, it has literally done that, and look, the bike is upright.
I mean, yeah, it's the downside is riders can't really get back on quickly, but the big plus side is that safety is there.
Absolutely right. And yeah, like I said, the gravel traps are immaculately prepared here. The curb's been painted again. It was fresh paint, even from when we were last here less than 6 months ago.
Sharfin Osman there.
Yeah, it's a very distinctive helmet design, so that's going to help us through the weekend for sure.
Is Aiki Yoshi again on the inline 4 screamer in this class?
Yeah, there he goes. Just about hear it. I'm just trying to see who he's got behind him. He's been shadowed there. Is that one of the wild cards or Indian bikes?
Yeah, it looked like a Honda India by the looks of it.
Okay, into the Astra Honda pit.
Kendra and Herjin there. I think they can be decently happy with this session, but knowing Herjin's character, he's just not happy if he's not number one.
Yeah, he's almost 6/10 off the best time of Ferozi. Yeah, I agree. He won't be happy with that. And that bodes well for the competition, because Herjin, as well as being, as you said, a really good quality rider, he's a fierce competitor as well. So that's Erfan Heikel going through there and getting out of the way. Tong An Bu, the Vietnamese rider. That's one of the East NJT teams there. That's Watcherin. Okay, talking with his mechanic, and the other guy there who's just walked around the back of the bike is Zhuhai Chemsap, who has an incredible record here in ARRC as a rider from two-stroke underbones all the way up to superbikes. Now working as a rider coach for East NJT.
I'm just looking at the layout of Zhuhai again, and I think it's not too surprising that Aiki's been able to adapt quickly on this on the new ZX25R. So I think with every session they should be able to gain a little bit more and just get closer to Ferozi and Arai. I think the fast flowy current turns really do help the inline force character a bit.
Yeah, and here we've got 51 is Alfonso Rey Santos Daquigan, a Filipino rider who's in for SDG Team Heart Pro. And there we are in the Honda Racing Vietnam pit. They have two entries this year. We used to see them more in underbones than in 250s, but it seems that the pendulum is swinging a little bit. And with Olin's suspension, as you can see.
So these are proper conversations going on to try and get that bike to where he wants it to be.
Yeah, exactly. I was just trying to hear what language they were using there. So it's a Yamaha 1-2 currently with 5.5 minutes remaining. The order remains the same for Ferozi and Araya Gasca. Virgin, he's still in the pits.
No one really in a hurry to utilize all 30 minutes of the session. I think it's wise to just get a couple of stints in, get the data, and prepare for practice 2.
Yeah, and whatever that may bring in terms of weather as well. Some pretty decent performances going down there. Van Heichel's a bit lower than I expected. He's 2 seconds off the best pace. Ferozi has raised the stakes, or lowered the time and raised the stakes. His best time is a 1:52, so that's coming into the range that we might expect.
It's been a good job though from Warrit. Warrit Thonapukun has put himself in 8th, 1.6 away from Ferozi's time. It's a decent first session for East NJT.
Yeah, it's a really interesting team. Then they've got loads of entries, 3 notably in this class, and they're a really tight team. They're well resourced. They've got, as I was saying earlier, Zhuhai in as a rider coach. They've been training with Spanish GP riders, and there's a real genuine team spirit there, which I think is going to carry them along well. And the quality of the riders, well, Warrit and Watcherin have come through the Honda Racing Thailand system. Tonampu once again on your screen. Number 19 currently. Where is he on the timing screen? You'll need to wait for the page to jump. That is not sure. That is Watcherin. I think. It's not Warrit, and it's not Piawat.
Yeah, that we know, yeah. So there's 2.5 minutes left in practice 1. And if you're wondering why it looks a bit darker on your screens, it is not a problem on your screen. It is just the gloomy cloud cover that we have here over the Zhuhai International Circuit. Still no sign of rain though.
No, but it is windy, isn't it? That's a better shot. That's a much more optimistic shot of the weather. But this is good stuff from Ferozi, which is not surprising these days, which is a good thing. He's got a almost 0.6 of a second advantage over his teammate Aragaska, and Hergen is just a few thousandths behind Arai.
You can see the Aikiyoshi just trying to pin himself behind Aragaska. He would know now that Arai does have a slight advantage over him timing wise, so could be a good opportunity for him to just tuck in behind the slipstream, just figure out what he's doing that's just working out.
Yeah, last time, back in November when we were here for round 5, it was a pretty below average weekend for Aiki Iyoshi. But it is a completely different situation now. Different bike, and I think a slightly different Aiki as well.
Yeah. He looks properly motivated. I was just about to say, Jiangzhou Ron has just done something spectacular. He just followed behind Aiki and Arai, and he's just stuck with them, and he's shot up from 19th all the way up into 6th.
Well, that's good news. So, if you are watching on the Chinese feeds, some very good early news.
Sharfin Osman's just improved his time. He goes up into 5th now. Diandra as well has gone up into 6th. So Diandra making the most of the ZX25R now.
Yeah, so nice to have a local rider up in the top 10 there.
No, it is fantastic. I was just watching him tail behind Aiki just now, and I was wondering at what point Aiki might pull away, but Jiangzhou Ron has really shown up, and that's impressive on the wildcard.
Yeah. Just following isn't that easy when you're following somebody of that experience and quality. So it does show something of the potential the sport has here. There was quite a lot of talk of that around the paddock yesterday. Some of the teams that are coming in here aren't really pumped to be involved. They know the level that they're coming into, but they also know that if they want to improve, they need to learn to compete here. And as I say, Jiangzhou Ran for Shijiao Racing Team has made a really good start. It's also good that they can use the R3s.
Yes, definitely.
Because it's much easier to come in than say on a specialised like R25 like it would have been last season. So it has made it accessible as well. So let's send out another cheer to the geniuses and do the technical regulations.
Sharfin Osman now, we follow him through the last turn. It'll be interesting. The exit out of the last turn will be absolutely crucial in almost every category. And Sharfin Osman, great lap there for him. Goes up into 4th, 1:52.8.
So just look at the backdrop there, and that is really a good shot of Zhuhai because you have the mix of mountains and modern buildings. It's just situated next to high-tech zone. So let's look at the results for that first free practice session for the AP250s, and the fastest was Ferozi Torokatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia with a best time of 1:52.147. Really good time in the conditions. Hergen Atner on his last lap jumped up into P2, 0.3 of a second behind him. Third, Arai Gaska for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Fourth, as we just saw, Sharifuddin Azman came through on a blinding last lap. Aiki Yoshi was fifth. Sixth, Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda. And seventh, Deandra Trayodika for Motor Sniper Manual Tech. And ninth, Cal Vietnam, faded a little bit later on, but a 153.5 was his opening best. Warwick Tongnapakun for East NJT was next up, followed by his teammate Piawat Patumios. Irfan Haikal, number 41 for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, was 12th. 13th, Wacharin Tubtimon for East NJT. Shunjung Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team, 14th. 15th, Kevin Samarkintal for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. 16th was Alfonso Rey Santos Daquigan for SDG. 17th, Gao Zheang for Team One for All. Nitian for Subo Racing Team was 18th. 19th, Nguyen Hu Tri, 20th, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India. Ri R. Makasuba was 21st for Pitspike One Way, and Hu Tong Ming was 22nd. 23rd, Jia Rui. 24th, Tonan Bu. 25th, Longnan Zhe, and Wang Jiadong for Victor Racing Team was 26th with a best time of 2 minutes 0.965. That's it for the very first session of the day for the AP250s. Next up will be the Supersport 600s, and they will be coming your way in about 6 minutes from now, so stay with us and we will be right back. In between time, we are hoping Daniel will be talking with somebody in pit lane, so don't go anywhere.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash...
TG Hardcore Garage with Yuki Kuni. So Yuki, the weather this weekend seems a bit different from what we expected. It's windy, possibility of rain. How do you feel about it?
This weekend we don't expect it like that. So I'm a little bit worried about the rain because of this year I didn't have the rain condition, so I'm a bit worried. But this is same condition as all riders, so I will try just my best.
With the layout so far, do you have any concerns, or do you feel that this track is going to be favorable to you?
This track I have experience in 2016, which is the Asia Talent Cup, but almost I don't remember. So I have to understand more that this track looks like slippery the track and a bit bumpy. So let's see the today practice, and I try to fast to understand.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Good luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
At the Victor Racing Garage with our sole Yemeni rider in this championship, Osama Mariai. Osama, we see you with the crutch. If those who follow you on social media saw that you had a bit of an injury, could you tell us what happened and how you're feeling for this weekend?
It's pretty much mixed feelings, to be honest. I was really excited to try this track out and do my best as usual. But I had an unfortunate crash during my last training last Monday, and there was like oil on the track. So there was like 5 bikes that went down, including me. I was first in this opening lap. So yeah, nothing much we could do. Sometimes we just get unlucky, you know, shit happens. But yeah, I'll just try today and see what I can do. If everything goes well, I will be able to race tomorrow. But if I feel like I can't really do it, then I'm just gonna stop after the first practice.
Thank you so much, Osama. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you. Good luck.
Welcome back. That is the familiar wail of the Supersport 600 class out for their first free practice session of the day. We are delighted to be back at Zhuhai International Circuit. We're here for the second time in 6 months. Last time was for the penultimate round of 2023, and now here we are for round 2 in 2024. Rather different conditions to what we expected. There's a high chance of rain at some point over the weekend, although it's not currently threatening. But as we were saying in 250s, there is a new look to this class as well, mostly relating to riders, because riders have moved between classes, and that's again made it more interesting. Rider on your screen there, that is Azroy Hakim Anwar, followed by Tanat Longpliao. of Honda Racing Thailand. Azroy Hakim Anwar, such a classy rider, had a miserable start to his season. Not for the first time, I have to say. He had a double DNF at Zhuhai International. Really through misfortune rather than anything else. But that has undoubtedly set him back a little bit in terms of his mindset. So he'll be looking to recover and come through and take a win. He was a winner here last time out at Zhuhai, so we know Azroy is quick, and as soon as he gets his eye back in and his confidence back, there he is, number 20 for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, then he will be back with a vengeance. So we're looking forward to a great weekend. Anwar. In these very early stages, it is his teammate Helmi Asman who has taken the quickest lap with a 1:39. So just to share with you what to expect in terms of lap times here. Should be looking at race pace probably in the 1:37s, maybe mid 1:37s, perhaps a little bit lower. So the times will move down from here. But we had a fascinating opening in Buriram with all the changes. The riders coming in included none other than Apiwat Wongtananon, who we've seen in every class, I think, apart from underbones here. I can remember quite a few years ago now him winning here at Zhuhai. But he has come in as full-time rider this year in the series for Yamaha Techni Racing Team ASEAN, and he took a double win in Buriram. And his teammate McKinley Carl Paz, who was a 2019 underbone champion, is in. That's his teammate. I'm just coming onto your screen now from Jimmy Racing Team, that number 77, easy to remember. They use the 77 in their team logo. So that is the Jimmy Racing Team rider. That is Zhai Yifeng. It's an exciting team here. They've got entries in different classes. They're very active in the Chinese Superbike Championship. And the team is full of really enthusiastic people, from the team owner, who, guess what, is called Jimmy, through to the riders and the mechanics and everybody else involved, including the PR people, who've been very generous with their time and information. So that is Zhai Yifeng, nice and easy to pick out there. So remember the number 77, especially if you are a local fan. Zhai Yifeng currently 10th on the timing screen, but it is very early days. We're just 7 minutes into this 30-minute session. There is a Chinese Superbike Championship here, and they have taken, Jimmy Racing Team have taken the title in the 150, 250 and 600 Super Sport, and first appeared here just before the pandemic, when we were here in August 2019, when Chen Hongyang competed in the 600 class. And we have some absentees here for Astra Honda, who have 3 entries in this class for the season. Unfortunately, Veda Ega isn't with us this weekend. And for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Andy Fadley, sad to say, is still not fit to race. But one rider that is fit to race, just on your screen there, Xia Juntong for Victor Racing Team, number 22. So if you're following the Chinese riders, they're making it easy with the numbers. 22, Xia Juntong. Xia Juntong is a regular rider in for the full season this year, not a wild card. And he's been getting better and better, quicker and quicker. And as he pointed out in the press conference yesterday, and indeed I noticed his English has been improving as well. He's a really enthusiastic rider who's helping to encourage his fellow countrymen and those that are interested in two-wheeled motorsport to come in to compete, and to come in and compete at this level takes a lot of guts. And Xia Juntong is his 2nd season in this class, and it's great to see him making the progress that he is. He's currently on a 141.561, and that is Jimmy Racing just tracking Azroy Hakim Anwar, which is a good idea. As I said last time out, he was a race winner here, Azroy. He'll very much be looking to recover from the double DNF. Oh, and there's a bike in the middle of the track. So unless they can get that out quickly, that looks like a Bunsu Honda. But let's see when they put it back upright again. But if that bike doesn't get moved quickly, there could be a red flag for this session. At the moment, they're just waving yellows. But let's keep an eye on that. Number 15 they're going through. Zhou Fenglong for Silver Steed Racing Team, the number 15. So yeah, and it is unfortunately the red flag out for this session. That looks like Helmi Asman. Helmi's walking. The bike is picked up, but the red flag would have been just because the bike was resting there in the middle of the track, and therefore a hazard to the other competitors. So safety first, of course, here at ARRC. And so the riders will be required to come in an orderly fashion. There's still nearly 2/3 of this session remaining. And when he went down, Helmi was at the top of the timing screen, as he had been for most of the session, with a half-second advantage over Apiwat, whom we hadn't seen yet. So there goes his teammate Azroy into the Idemitsu Bunsu Honda pit. And nothing much wrong with that bike. I couldn't see any evidence of anything spilling out of it. So hopefully this session will restart very quickly. I'll probably send out the safety car to take a look at the scene of the crash, just to make sure there are no fluids on the track. In come the bikes, tyre warmers go on as quickly as possible. It's really essential to keep the tyres up to working temperature as best they can. So tyre warmers on, and you can see the wind blowing there. So it was Helmi on top of the timing screens. Apiwat next up. Adananta Putra next up for Astra Honda. Azroy next for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. And Xia Juntong in P5. at a 1.4 second disadvantage to Helmy. So a nice start there for Xia Juntong, and the very promising Wayne Groho, who was impressive in round 1. He's currently 6th. Reza Danica, newcomer into this class, but of course a very familiar name, and the 2023 AP250 champion, moved up into 600s this year. Kiatisak for Honda Racing Thailand, and Tanak Leong Pliao, his teammate, are in 8th and 9th currently, but that is just with a third of the session done. McKinley Carl-Paz, the Filipino, who was here last time in 2019 when he won a race. That was on his way to winning the title for the year. And Jia Yifeng for Jimmy Racing. And Zhou Feng Long for Silver Steed, currently sitting 12th on the timing screen. So we're going to wait for some kind of update from race control, but the signs are that this will be just the briefest of breaks. So we're going to take just a short break while we wait for further information, but stay with us because, as I said, I don't think this is going to be a long break. This is Free Practice Day Friday for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll be right back. So thank you for staying with us. As you can see on the screen there, the pit exit is about to open after that red flag. It wasn't a serious incident, but it did leave the bike of Helmi Asman right in the middle of the track, so the bikes came off for safety reasons. And the other news is that I can hear the pitter-patter of rain on one of the camera microphones. So the rain does seem to be making an appearance somewhere on the track. It's difficult to see at the moment through the gloom where exactly that's falling. But we will shortly see the bikes come back out on track. So there'll be some tyre changes going on there as well, no doubt. But it will be useful because nobody here has raced in the wet before, as I was saying during the first free practice session for the AP250s. So it would be useful to have it now so they get some idea of what they need to do if they face a wet race.
I think the only downside for them is that they didn't get much dry time out, but definitely wet weather on Friday's free practice one would be ideal, I'd say. You get that data early on, so should we have rainfall during race times tomorrow and on Sunday, they will have valuable information.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have ticked up, and there aren't any bikes out on track yet. And presumably that is because they're getting their wet weather shoes on.
We do have two wildcards in this class, Jia Feng and Zhou Feng Long.
Yeah, as well as the regular rider, Xiaojun Tong, who had a nice opening, ended up 5th after 10 minutes. I keep calling him the ever-improving Xiaojun Tong.
Because he has been impressive with how he's progressing. In Buriram, we saw him the closest we've ever seen him to the top, and I think in Zhuhai now he should have really good spirits going in, and he seems really excited.
So let's take a look while we just wait for the teams to change the tyres. Let's have a look at the standings. Well, there was a double win for Apiwat Wongtananon, so that means that he is on top with 50 points, and that's a 14-point advantage over Adananta Putra, who's on 36. Tanat Longpliao was next up for Honda Racing Thailand. Nice debut for the rookie, McKinley Carl Paz, who scored a podium in Buriram in race 2, is 4th. On 20 points is Helmi Asman and Kiatisak Singapong. Razor Danica Arens, I hesitate to call him a rookie in this class, but it is his first season after winning the 250 championship. He's on 19. And Veda Ega Pratama, who unfortunately is absent this weekend, is on 18 points. And just looking a little bit deeper into those results, so let's look at the next page. Okay, Ray Matsuoka, the Japanese rider standing in for the injured Andy Fadley for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, scored 14 points in the first round. Wayu Nugroho, who looked more promising than his 13 points suggested. I think he had a DNF in one of the races, Daniel, do you remember which one? But he looked really quick on a 600. Xiaojun Tong on 12, we were just talking about. Zhou Feng Long for Silver Steed Racing, of course, is on 0, and Azroy on 0, we were talking about it, and Ratapong Willarot not fit to ride either.
Yeah, I just remember for Wahyu, I think it was race 2 where we saw the incident first with Helmi and Azroy, and then at turn 3 was Wahyu's unfortunate high side.
Right, yeah. But yeah, Wayu Nugroho looked, if anything, more at home on a 600 than he had previously looked on a 250, in my opinion.
Yeah, he looked brilliant. I think Yamaha in the 600 class, they've done excellent work, and that's we can see that with Apiwat. And yeah, Wahyu as well, he really shone through, but it was just unfortunate for him in race 2 in Buriram in round 1. But the good news is there are 5 more rounds, including this one.
Yeah, the important thing is that we've seen his speed, isn't it? And that's really good, because he can build on that. Yeah, Helmi Asman, who's on 20 points, he had a DNF in race 2. So it wasn't the best weekend for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda by any stretch. Those are the only points they picked up during the weekend.
Yeah, I think Bunsu just had a bit of rotten luck. Last year they had a dream trio almost, with Kip, Azra and Helmi. But round 1 this year has been an absolute struggle for them. So it'll be interesting to see how this season goes for Azra. I mean, you can only feel for him. Double DNF in round 1, so there are 125 points left. Apologies, sorry, my calculations are wrong. 25 on each weekend. So yeah, my maths is not matching right now, but yeah.
Yeah, and I lack confidence in my mathematics. But anyway, this is only round 2.
250 points. That's what's left. So still plenty of opportunity for Azroy. I think we know the quality he has. It's going to be tough, especially with Apiwat getting a double victory in round 1, and we go back to Buriram in round 6.
Yep, and Apiwat is going to be strong everywhere.
He's a warrior. It's the way he's riding is really good.
Yeah, he's at the peak of his powers now. He's in this championship now, having done pretty much a world tour in Moto 2 and Moto 3, other classes. He's a graduate of the VR46 Academy as well. Now, as he is, I'm kind of guessing in his late 20s. He is pretty much the complete rider now. World Supersport last year, but was injured for much of it, so we didn't really see what he was fully capable of.
As of right now, the conditions are 27 degrees Celsius around the track, and rain falling down. It's not too heavy, but surprisingly, not many riders going out yet. Well, not any rider has gone out. So apparently Tanat Longpliao, it has gone out on track. So that, I think, is the wise decision. Get some track time in on these conditions, get a base set up, and get ready for what could be a wet weekend in Zhuhai.
Absolutely, this is the time to get out. So yeah, good for Tanat Longpliao. One thing that interested me for this season is Honda Racing Thailand putting in 2 entries to this class, both newcomers. They have been with the inside the Honda Racing Thailand community for a long time, so developing well as riders. And Tanat had a 5th and a 4th in Buriram. And Kiatisak had a 7th and a 5th. So it was a pretty decent debut for both of them. So there you can see, if there was any doubt, that is a thoroughly wet track. And that is Tanat, the plucky Tanat, the first one out in those conditions, and definitely the first rider in this field ever to venture out onto a wet Zhuhai International Circuit.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have that's a big puddle there, but yeah, I remember in Buriram there's a big praise to the track surface where Muzakir said in the wet there you still feel grip, you still feel absolutely enough grip to really push the bike. Now this in Zhuhai there's been comments that it's a bit more slippery, which is fine in the dry. You have a bit of slippage and you can still negotiate it, but how is it going to perform in the wet? This will be very interesting. It's a test for the riders and a test for the track surface.
And it could open up the possibility of a podium for the local riders as well. So that makes it additionally interesting.
So timing-wise, unless someone's on a helicopter, we're not going to see any improvements in the lap times. We will get some information on what we can expect should we have a wet race tomorrow and on Sunday.
Yep, there are the two Thai Hondas out there, Tanat and Kiatisak, gingerly feeling their way around. You can see quite a lot of standing water then. And I would add to what you were just saying, Daniel, that yesterday in the morning there was a shower quite early in the morning, and then late afternoon, about 5 o'clock, I went for a walk around the track, and there was water still standing there, including on one or two of the apexes. So they're going to have to pick their lines a little bit carefully, but it'll be interesting to watch now. I think it's still raining as we speak.
Yeah, it's almost obstacles that they will have to avoid with standing water, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they negotiate it. You can see there near the apex there's already water collecting.
Yeah.
And this is a big puddle here that
you can't even miss that one. So yeah.
It's right on the racing line. So that will be a concerning spot if there's a wet race. Everyone's trying to outbrake each other. So for now, the weather condition properly wet in Zhuhai. Cooler temperatures, not exactly cold, but 27 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I think the humidity is quite high.
That's another puddle that's almost impossible to avoid.
Yeah, Tana and Kiatisak both just clipped the edge of the puddle.
Yeah, we can see how careful they're being about this. Nobody wants to make a big error in practice one, so let's take it step by step, understand where the big puddles are, find the line and just find the setup. So right now the last lap time that we've seen, 140, oops, apologies, that's correct, that would be a 2:04 from Tanat.
Yeah, there's Tanat coming up to complete another lap now.
.525 from Tanat there. Kiatisak coming across 2:1.080. So it looks like quite a significant difference dry and wet time.
Yeah, they're being pretty cautious. Like I said, there isn't a rider in this paddock that's ever been on a wet Zhuhai until these guys got out there.
See the Kiatisak trying to use a fast wide line. So it's really just a mix of riders trying to find the lines. And just when we thought that 2 minute might be more or less the median timing, Apiwat just came across with a 1:56. So Apiwat getting accustomed quite quickly.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise.
Wahi Nugroho at 1:57.025 for him, so it looks like a mid 150, maybe 155s would be possible in wet conditions here. Of course, they will get more feeling as they do more laps and they'll understand the conditions better.
Yeah, these two guys looking very cautious. There's a look there at Helmi Asman, who's still got his leathers peeled down. Looks like he won't be out. There's 6 minutes remaining in this session.
Helmi's a good wet weather rider. He does well, but it would be quite bold to not try and at least do some laps. Well, then again, maybe they're still fixing his bike, so could be a few factors. Sha Juntong has just done a 1:57.0, so Sha Juntong in the wet right now. Well, if we were to compile the lap times that we do have,
Yeah.
he would be a fourth, because Tana has just done a 155 and Kiatisak as well, 155. So the two Honda Thailand riders are the fastest men on track in the wet.
Yeah, so the 155 was a good call. That's probably going to come down a bit further.
And the rain has slowed down to a bit of a drizzle, so it'll still remain wet, but...
Yeah, back with Azroy now. His last lap was 2:04.
Yeah, I think Azra is still...
Is he on an out lap?
Api was just done a 151.
Okay, so it has come down a little bit then.
How has Apiwat found 4 seconds after his previous best in the wet? That's amazing. So
yeah, he's definitely a force, isn't he?
I mean, that's just quality to find 4 seconds on your what I think was his third out lap in the wet.
So here comes Azroy. Let's see what he makes of the track so far.
2:05.
2 minute. Okay, so he's still in cautious mode.
Yeah, he didn't look the most comfortable there. Look at the rest of the times. 151 still the top time from Apiwat. Sha Juntong has improved to 155.3.
Yeah, some work going on there. They're changing the front fairing of Reza Danika's bike. Or at least the screen section.
Sadinanta now. Reza's teammate.
Yep, easy to spot. He's a really tall rider, isn't he?
Yeah, he makes the 600 look like a 250.
Yeah, he seems confident, and it was good to see him getting a good first round in as well.
Adinanta looking aggressive already. He's really ringing the bike out. Api was just coming across at 148.5.
Right. So this is definitely a session of two halves, and Apiwat looks like he's going to win the second half.
Unbelievable. I mean, if we were to base our predictions on this session, of course we don't have everyone out on track right now, and it's still early, but if you were to put them on a race right after this, Apiwat would absolutely blitz the pack.
Yeah, that last lap for Adinanta was 153.
Yeah, Ketisak as well. One almost identical to Adinanta. Wahyu Nugroho 152.
Shojin Tom, he's going to come up and complete a lap soon, I think.
Azroy's found a bit more pace, 157, but it's 9 seconds away from Apiwat, so Azroy has some catching up to do. Of course, at the wildcards, Jia Yifeng, he's done a 156.1, so not too bad. Zhou Feng Long, 2 minute 5.7. Apiwat's on another good lap, so he's going to improve further. But then again, the conditions right now, actually the rain has stopped around the commentary box, or very light drizzle, very, very light. So the difference is that the puddles aren't getting larger, but I wonder how it will be if it's consistent rain like what we saw in at the early part of the session. If it stays that way, how big do the puddles get, and how will the riders negotiate it?
Yeah, and the other thing, based on my observation from walking around the place yesterday, was just how long those puddles will sit there.
Ooh, Api was just done a 146.7. Wahyu Nugroho 150.6.
Yeah, so they're getting the measure of it. We're into the last minute now, so there will be a few more quick laps. That's Tanat and Kiatisak still running together. Useful session for those two.
I'm just so impressed by how much of an advantage Apiwat has in the wet. The closest rider to him is 4 seconds away.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about his skills, but he's not short of bravery either.
Follow Kiatisak now. His fastest lap time so far, 152.0.
Yeah, those two guys together doing some useful work, 152s. Checkered flag is out now, so this will be the last time around for everybody else. Apiwat just come through.
It's improved again, but it looks like double 146 for him. Wahida Groho as well, he's improved to 150.6.
Azroy, 155s.
Adinanta, the only other rider below a 150, 149.8 for Adinanta Putra. Jia Yifeng finding some improvements, 154.1 for him.
That was Zhou Fenglao just going through there. Zhou Fenglong, I beg his pardon. I couldn't quite see his name on the screen, but it's another well-known team here in China, Silver Steed. Another one to watch out for. He's running the number 15. So I think was that Azroy just came across 153. Charging Tong 152.
Get impressive from Shajintong in the wet. That puts him right up with Honda Racing Thailand, as well as McKinley Carl Pass. And Azroy, actually.
Yeah, so a very decent session for him. And it just shows you how open things can be if we get wet conditions. Anyway, by dint of that pre-rain fast lap, it was the best time was a 139 for Helmi Asman. Apiwat Wongtananon, next best 139.647. Adinanta Putra 139.832 and a 139.885 for Azroy Hakim Anwar. So tight at the top. Shajin Tong was next up for Victor Racing Team. He was 5th. 6th, Wayne Nagroho. 7th, Reza Danica Arens. 8th, Kiatisak Singapong. And moving on to the next page. I think it was going to be Tanat, yep. So Tanat for Honda Racing Thailand got the 9th best time. McKinley Carl Paz on a 142.2 and Zhou Yingfeng for Jimmy Racing Team 142.9 and Zhou Fenglong for Silver Steed 147.7. So make of that what you will. It was a mixed session because we had the red flag when there was that fairly harmless crash for Helmi Asman, and then while they were in the pits it started raining, so the second part of the session was done in the rain. And looking at the form there, it would be Apiwat Wongtananon absolutely running away in a wet race. But let's see what happens later. I think it stopped raining outside, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back it will be with the first session of the day for the big bikes, the ASB 1000. So stay with us. We're at Zhuhai International Circuit for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
John here at the Yamaha Garage with McKinley Calpes. So this has been the almost the first session for many riders in wet in Zhuhai. What did you make of the conditions out there? If you saw standing water here and there, and everyone's just trying to get the rhythm, how do you feel about it?
Our first practice, we just feel the track because yesterday is raining also, and I feel not too much grip, and then after a few minutes the rain comes, and also I think my last time going in this track is 2019. It's been 5 years until I come back here again, so I just need to familiarize again with the track and with the bike, and then let's see what we can do this weekend.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, and sorry for the delay coming back late. We were just making some adjustments to the equipment in the commentary box, and so we are back now. And as you can see, the rain is still very much on track, and you can see on that shot there that it is actually still raining pretty steadily. That was Yuki Kuni on your screen, splashing his way through one of the puddles that seem to be appearing here on Zhuhai International Circuit. This is the first session of the day for the ASB 1000, the superbike class. And just on your screen there is none other than Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing. Had a really fascinating debut in Buriram, where they missed the pre-season test and came in and did everything in the weekend. They had electronic problems which took them out of contention in race 1, and then came through to finish second in race 2. So really interesting, and with a rider of this experience and this quality, Hafiz Sharin, on board, let's be really interesting to see what he can do at Zhuhai International, come rain or shine. There he is, Daniel. What do you make of the entry of JDT and Hafiz?
I think it's really great for the sport. They've really brought in a bike we have seen before, but we haven't seen it for the past couple of seasons. So it's great to see a Ducati back on the grid. I think with a rider with the quality of Hafiz, JDT should be able to really progress quite well. For now, of course, in the last run they've had their struggles with the bike. It's unfortunate because they didn't get to do the pre-season tests. So this time round, they will have a bit more data, a bit more understanding with the bike, between the bike and Hafiz. Although this is a tough one for them. Instantly a wet Zhuhai for Hafiz.
Yeah, and just once again, there isn't anybody in this paddock that has ever experienced a wet Zhuhai International Circuit before. And that was Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for Yamaha Techni Racing that Hafiz just passed. In fact, Kazma just moved out of the way for him in a gentlemanly free practice kind of way.
I just want to take note that Yuki Kuni, he's had experiences here in Asia Talent Cup, as he mentioned earlier. He's doing brilliantly, a 144.995. I just want to factor in the fact that some people might look at the 600s where Apiwa did a 146, but maybe the issue is because there is they're not certain about the grip, and when you're riding 1000, grip is everything on the exits. So it could be much harder for them out there than the 600s.
Yeah, I mean, guys like Hafiz, especially with his GP experience in all kinds of conditions and classes. We know he's good in the wet. We know that, for example, Nakarin, who we haven't seen on screen yet, but also a brilliant rider in the wet. Zakwan, Andy Farid, I think we can expect him to go well in the wet as well. This is a really strong field.
Let's put it this way, Hafiz is so good in the wet that in Spain they called him El Pescado, the fish.
That's right, that's where Pescado came from. I was just thinking about that. What's Pescado mean? Yeah. That's what happens when you don't speak Spanish for 20 years.
But you can see that the rain, it's not really what you'd call heavy rain. It's a constant rain. It's heavy enough to cause the riders concern when they exit turns.
Yeah, I'd call it English rain.
It's that miserable, dreary afternoon type of weather.
Yeah. Well, the sky on these shots anyway looks fairly bright, but I do think, as we were saying earlier, that having some time in the wet for these guys is going to be really useful in free practice, because if it just suddenly dumps it down in qualifying or even in a race, then there'd be nobody really knowing what to do. There's Soichiro Minamoto, one of the riders that stepped up from Supersport 600, the champion for 2023. There he is, the Japanese rider.
I was just analysing, well, not analysing, but thinking about one thing. a big test for Hafiz and JDT will be on the technical side this time round with electronics. That is a big factor now in thousands, and how you set your bike up for the wet weather can make the difference. So all the data that they get from this practice round will be so crucial for them, and not just for this round, for whatever round we get moving forward that has wet weather.
That's a really good point. I'm just reminded then, as we watch those two Yamaha Technique teammates jousting on track there, how good Soichiro Minamoto is in the wet as well.
Yeah. He's actually the fastest Yamaha now, Soichiro, just behind Pasowitz in 5th.
So we're just looking there at Yuki Kuni taking a break. It was interesting what he said to you. Also, they're running last year's CBR. Yeah, it's not one of the brand new ones.
Maybe
so it's good. It's a little bit down on speed, but still handling sweetly enough.
Yeah, we know that bike could get the results in. So under the hands of Yuki Kuni and the SDG team, it's a brilliant rider, brilliant team, and yeah, right now they're at the top of the list.
Yeah, Yuki Kuni, just 21 years old, and won his first superbike race last weekend in the All Japan. He won the Stock 1000 race, got a win in the Stock 1000. So making his way up in the big capacity bikes, formerly ATC, as you said, and also Red Bull rookies.
Quick shout out to Chen Hong, the wildcard rider from Jimmy Racing Team. He's found himself up into 7th, just behind Soichiro. So great job from him.
Yeah, Chun Hong Yang was here for Jimmy Racing last time. He finished 7th in race 1, and previously we saw him in 2019 when he competed in Supersport. So again, you know, Jimmy Racing is a team that was started in 2015, building up lots of experience, racing in the local championships and getting into the international ones whenever they can. There is Zakwan Zaidi, another rider you can expect to go well in the wet, and another rider that goes very well around here at Zhuhai. So there it is, Soichiro, Kazma, Hafiz, and Zakwan. Just inside the JDT pit.
Just trying to read the sign language there being depicted between the mechanics there.
Any luck?
No, it looked like they were talking about RPMs, and then the next gesture just looked like they were talking about something else, so couldn't pick that out. But definitely a big factor in wet weather riding for the thousands now is electronics. Of course, suspension has always been a factor, but how you manage the power, especially with a bike as powerful as the Ducati, that will be a big thing moving forward for them. Right now, I'd say Huff is not doing too bad, but they will have to slowly find their way around.
Yeah, we were talking about good wet weather riders. Nakarin, who we haven't seen on screen, but the number 41, Tai Honda, is second, behind that best time of Yuki Kuni. Seemed to have underestimated himself in that interview to you. Hadn't raced in the wet yet. A little bit worried about it. Well,
that's exactly what I was thinking. I thought, okay, Yuki's gonna need some time. Maybe in practice 2 we'll see the best of him. But no, he's gone out in practice 1 and led the way all the way till now.
Yeah, just looking at the times, I wonder whether they're getting slower. That last lap for Zakwan was a lot slower than his best.
Yeah, I'd say with the amount of rain falling, there could be a bit more standing water here and then. That could be a bit more of a concern for the riders. I think the only one who has improved in the last couple of laps has been Hafiz.
Yeah, I mean, standing water notwithstanding, I would say that these are actually pretty good conditions to do wet practice in.
Oh yeah. No, the rain's not too heavy at all, so I think it's perfect for them. This is just the weather they need for data for wet weather riding. Oh, look at Zakwan's exit there. Now this is good for Hafiz though, if he can get behind Zakwan, because Zakwan does have a better pace in the session.
Yeah, that was his best time.
This is Andy Ferret now coming out again.
Yeah, best time so far for Andy, 1:46.8.
Just looking at Sho Nishimura there, he's down in 10th. He's just getting accustomed with the M1000 RR with the 1x2X TKKR racing team.
Yeah, that's really good to see.
Looking at Sho's history, I don't believe he's ridden the BMW. His most recent experiences have been in Spain, Asia Talent Cup. He's done CEV as well, CEV Moto3. Last season he was riding in the stock 600 in Japan, the All Japan Championships.
Yeah. So, yeah, ATC champion, right? So it'd be that's really interesting to see him on the list. See what he can do alongside the great Aslan Shah, whom we haven't seen too much of. He's keeping his powder dry, it seems. But of course, what we because of the rain and what we've been doing here to upgrade the equipment in the commentary box, we haven't spoken yet about the missing defending champion, Markus Reiterberger, who clinched the 2023 title here back in November. He's not around this weekend because he's on World Endurance duties for BMW. There he, right on cue, that is Aslan Shah, the number 25. But Reiterberger also had a pretty miserable start to the season in round one, which was pretty disastrous for his championship hopes. He took away just 19 points from round one. But his teammate there on screen, Aslan, did rather better, but there down is Shonishima we were just talking about. So that BMW's just been well and truly dropped.
He looks like he's confused about what happened. Let's just see here.
Let's take a look.
You can see the retail coming out there.
Yeah, so he's sideways at this point. He's on the white line, and back goes onto the grass. So yeah, only one outcome possible. Okay, so it was a control crash. There shouldn't be too much work for the team. He just needs to hose down himself.
Yeah. So a good thing is I don't think the bike should have taken that much damage. I think he's explaining to the marshals. I think the wrong person to be explaining to. You got to tell it to your team.
Absolutely, yeah. And here is Andy Ferret, championship leader after round one, the P1 and a P2. He came blitzing into this championship as a rookie at the beginning of 2023 and had a fantastic first season, and he's really come blitzing into his second season.
Lachlan Epp is up into fourth for him.
Yeah, that's good. We know Lachlan's a good rider. They haven't had the best run of luck. But these equalising kind of wet conditions could be useful for him.
Speaking of utilising these sessions, I really like what Hafiz is doing. He hasn't gone back into pit lane. He's just done his 11th lap, found more improvements. So this is exactly what I think Hafiz and JDT need. Quality time on the bike, get as much data as you can, then bring it back to the team, debrief, figure out what you guys can do better, and yeah, it's already showing. He's done 11 laps, found improvement almost every other lap.
Yeah, that's a really interesting approach from somebody of his caliber. For sure. So we are definitely there for the Honda Asia Dream Racing. Showa being their suspension provider.
There's a wiggly Aslan coming through the frame. Just the way he likes it. Aslan right now.
Yeah, nice and loose. We were talking off air earlier about Aslan really being on top form physically, mentally at the moment. You'd really have to be brave to bet against him. Here he comes through the really challenging quick turn 13, the final turn. What's he done this time? 150.
Yeah, he's only done 5 laps. I think he must have gone back in at some point after his early exit. So let's watch Aslan now. In front of him there was, I believe that was Tio Joe.
Yeah, Tio Joe collaborating with the Evolution Sports, meaning he's in the same pit box as Lachlan Epis.
So this is a well-spirited Aslan. He's as fit as ever yes, as fit as ever. He's been training hard, and they have a new engine, I believe. So we'll get more information on that later on.
Yeah, he's getting the backing from BMW, which is really good to see, because we knew he was trying to conserve a single engine in Buriram, but they're coming through with more now, and very well deserved it is.
Indeed. I think Aslan still has plenty race mileage left in him.
He thinks he has too, for sure.
I love his statement after Buriram, somewhere midway from Buriram to now. He said, "I am not retiring."
Yeah, and why would he, when you look at the form that we've seen so far? And the way that he did it as well, when he the race win at Buriram that came when he just fought his way through from way back. Some clever passing, block passing, and in the end took the win from Andy Farid.
148.5 there for Aslan. That puts him up into 9th. So again, for Aslan as well, it will be similarly to JDT. Of course, TKKR would have a bit more time with the BMW, so they will know suspension, ECU more or less with the base setup. But for Aslan with the new engine, he will need to try and figure out what's different from the previous one.
Yep, very true. Last time out here, he was on the podium in race 2 and a P4 in race 1. So he knows it, and he likes Zhuhai as well.
One thing we haven't mentioned is 5 Hondas in the top 5. From 1st to 5th is all Hondas.
Yeah. Yuki Kuni remains at the top with that best time, 144.7. Andy Farid next best. Yeah. And yeah, we go all the way down to Pasowit in P5, the 146.28.
Follow Aslan Shah now. As he tries to find a bit more improvement. The times have closed up quite a bit. So Yuki Kuni's advantage now is down to 0.247 with Andy Farid lapping faster on his second stint. And Yuki Kuni has come out now from pit lane as well. He's just come across to start a flying lap.
Right, 8 minutes remaining. So he's going to get a few more laps in. Aslan Shah just goes through turn 1 ahead of 2 riders coming out. I guess Yuki was one of those. I didn't quite catch them.
Hafiz just come across improved, and so did Aslan. So now Hafiz is 7th, Aslan 8th. And again, we'll credit Hafiz, 14 laps in a row he's done.
Out of the Chinese riders, we've got Chen Hongyai for Jimmy Racing in 12th currently, although he's in the pits. 156, his best time. We've got Zakwan about to come back out on track. As you can see, they're right at the far end of pit lane there. So another lap done. Is this? You can see who that was. Too much glare coming off the track.
I'm feeling that was Pasuit, I think. The Estimo with the Black Ferry.
Zakwan comes out. Yeah, Hafiz remaining out. As you were saying, Daniel, that was a good shout.
It doesn't look like it's slowing. Oh, okay, now
Yeah, here he
does,
comes.
yeah. So I think job well done from Hafiz.
Definitely, it was 14 laps.
Yeah, if anyone has race distance data in the wet, it's Hafiz now. With that much information.
Absolutely, yeah.
Aslan just constantly improving. Aslan's found 146.3, so that puts Aslan up into 6th.
Yeah, the tyre technician, that was Sal from Dunlop, straight onto the back of the bike to check out the tyres. He's looking pretty relaxed down at ease there.
It's Kasma Daniel. Kasma, I think, decent session from Kasma, but of course he will always be wanting more.
Yeah, just on the left there, you can, if you look carefully, you can see 125 GP legend Wichi Wei. He's been working for quite a few of the Yamaha teams. What a guy to have in your garage.
Yeah. Ooh, Andy Ferd has now become the new leader, and Pasowitz as well, up into 2nd. So both of them improving. Yuki Kuni also has found an improvement, but he's down into 3rd now.
Yeah, but just 0.3 between them, so that's interesting. So we've got something like a pace we can identify here, which is around 144.
And this is really what we want to see in wet weather racing. If they can keep the gap close to each other, the battle will be really, really good. Speaking of pace, Lachlan Ip is 1.6 away, so he's found a 145.6. Really good job from the young Aussie.
Definitely. And Kazmo Soichiro, I'm surprised that those two guys are down in 9 and 10, to be honest.
Yeah, you would have thought that in the wet weather they'd reduce that advantage that the others have in power would be reduced, but it seems quite a struggle for both Kazma and Soichiro, who we know are good in the wet.
Yeah, Shanong Yai in 12th. So a temporary teammate for Aslan Shah. I just wonder how much experience he's had on the BMW, because I think Jimmy Racing normally run Yamahas.
Yeah, I was just looking at Sho Nishimura's part as well. I think I'll have to reconfirm this, but from looking at his history in racing, this is his debut on 1,000, so learning curve for him. He does have a good team behind him, so we'll try to do the best for him. Hasan Shah now has gone up into 4th. Every lap he finds improvements. Now he's only 0.7 away from Andy Fard's time.
Yeah, a really interesting session here. And given the maturity that we've seen from Andy Farid over the last 2 seasons, since he stepped up into ASB 1000, I'm not surprised to see his steady progression as well in these conditions. Zakman was up there, but he's down in the 145s.
That's another improvement for Andy Farad, 143.4 now. So Andy extends the gap between himself and Pasowit. It's now 0.621. So just as you were mentioning maturity of Andy Farad, brilliant.
And just as you can see on there, looks like he's going to come into the pits, but that is the Jimmy Racing BMW of Chung Hong Yai. So he's going to enter pit lane as they approach turn 13, but nice distinctive colours. I can recognise them from last time we were here. And there he is. He was in the class as a wild card last time and did a pretty good job. And previously, when we were here, because there was a long gap while we had the pandemic, but in 2019 he did a pretty good job in Super Sports 600s as well. So a learning session there for Jimmy Racing Team for Chun Hong Yai.
Have Sharon just coming out there now for a second stint.
Yeah, that's just to try something out. Yeah, it's just going to be see whether whatever they just tried worked.
So he's just going to get basically the outlap, and then he'll take the checker flag. So just a bit of maybe some slight suspension or adjustments to whatever minor thing they can do.
Mapping possibly, but who knows. So there's a very animated Aslan back in the TKKR pit.
Yeah, it looks like he's talking about the exits where it looks like he's struggling with the exits by the language of it. I'm trying to hear what he's saying. Oh, it's catching that he was talking about power on the exit. So whether that means I have beautiful amounts of power and I'm in control of it, or I have too much power, I can't control it.
Yeah, there's Osama Murray who you interviewed earlier. Looks as though he's done this. How many laps has he done? 12 laps. When you interviewed him before this session, he was on crutches and saying if he can't manage it, he'll just pull out. So plucky performance there from the Yemeni superbike rider for Victor Racing. So they do say if you injure yourself, the best thing to do is to get back on a bike so that you heal in the right shape. Brutal though that sounds, I think it's true.
It is.
I even found my back injuries were more comfortable when riding a bike.
True. I mean, I think the adrenaline really just takes all of it away, but the second you get off the bike and you're like, oh, yeah I am in pain.
Yeah, so if we stay with Osama, he's going to need some help to get off that bike, I think.
Timing-wise, something very interesting has happened. Yuki has found a really good 142, and now between the top four, it's just 0.463, so the top four looking strong. There's 4 Hondas, and then it's just the sole BMW of Aslan in the top 5, followed by Zakwan and Lachlan and Hafiz.
Yeah, I'm especially impressed with Yuki Kuni and what he's done in this session, given that he's basically a rookie here. We only saw him once in round 6 last year, and his last time here was a long time ago on a 250. So that is the end of a session, and that looks like a bright sky, but there are the results confirmed for this free practice one for ASP 1000. There he is, Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hart Pro Honda, 142.898. Andy Frid next, best up, 143.194. Paswit Titivarak, good session from him too, 143.205. Macarena Tirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astima, 143. Aslan Shah we saw improving throughout the session for TKKR BMW. Next up, and Zakwan Zaidi 6th for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Lachlan Epis was 7th, good session from him too. And Hafiz Shirin good exploratory session from him. 9th was Soichiro Minamoto, and 10th his teammate Kazuma Mayudin for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Shun Nishimura, whom we saw crash on the TKKR BMW. Chung Hon Yan for Jimmy Racing Team was 12th with a 151.1. Plucky Osama Murray for Victor Racing 13th, and Tyo Zhou was 16th. And that brings us to the end of that first session. I'm not sure whether it's still raining outside or not. It's difficult to see on the screen. And I'm wearing my optimistic glasses, which looks as though the sky is brightening. So no doubt we'll find out soon. But we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it will be with the Underbone 150s. So stay with us. You're watching day one of round two of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon. A very warm welcome back to Zhuhai International Circuit. We are here for round two of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Friday morning, and this is the first free practice session of the day for the Underbone 150s. And the first rider that we saw on our screen there was Shafiq Rosli for Uma Racing, teammate of the defending champion Nazrul Izzat. So we get a nice shot there of the circuit. The striped flag being waved just to remind these guys, as if they need it, that conditions are slippery out there. Can't quite see whether it's still raining, but the circuit is definitely still wet. Going through there is the familiar looking number 50 of FIM Ran, who won race 2 in round 1. So quite a few changes to this class, with a few leading riders missing, but when you look at the peloton that forms on track, then it's hard to see what's missing, because other riders have come through to fill the gaps. Oh, that's an early, not very good start for, that's one of the Team 1 for all Yamahas. Can't see which one it is. It might be Piraponglu Bimpeng, the Thai rider. Going through there is the Giancarlo Maurizio for UMA Racing Philippines. And just to remind you, if you saw round 1, those bright green machines belong to Racetech 60. Team owner on your screen there, and 2022 champion Wayuaji Trilaksana. The number 60, his teammate, who did a really good job as well in round 1. He's got just in front of him another incredibly distinguished rider here. That's one of the UMA Racing bikes off there. I can't make out whether that is Shafiq or Nazarul. But anyway, let's come back now with Wayuaji. Just ahead of him, he's got Yusuf Fadila. Yusuf Fadila for SCK Honda. So at the back of the circuit there for, I think it's turn 9. Right, so there are the two Cardinals racing machines running together. Hand up there from number 22, John Emerson Ingito. Wayuaji cautiously getting a move on. Number 43 going through there for UMA Racing Philippines was April King Moscado. Got himself a podium, so good opening round for him in Buriram. There is Yusuf Fadila tracking Wayuaji there, looking as though he might be willing to pull the pin a bit sooner than Wayuaji. Going through in front of them, that number looks a bit squashed up, so I can't make up who that was. So Wayuaji goes through to complete a lap, tracked by Yusuf Fadila, whom I don't think has been here before. So the other rider there will be Farul Rasyadan. That number that looks a little bit squashed up is number 96. So those three running together. Although it is Wayuaji's teammate who's taken an early lead on the timing screen. He's done a best time of 2:09. In the dry, decent times are around 2 minutes, 1:59 here at Zhuhai International Circuit. And I'm just going to check, but I'm pretty sure in this class there are no wild cards, no local riders. So this is pretty much the regular lineup we can see here. So Wayuaji, best time is 2:13. So the times, as you might expect, very much spread out after the first 7 or 8 minutes. Rider 306. There's a hand up there for April King Moscado. So he's letting these guys past. And he's going to make his way into pit lane, which is on the right of the circuit as they come round here.
Peter Kresnas has gone up to the top there, 208.036. Fami Bassam and Murugil Vitoni were two improving riders in the last laps as well. Second and fourth.
Yeah, exactly. And the pace in the wet starting to emerge as looking like 8 seconds or so, 7 or 8 seconds slower than dry times. So Wayuaji can't shake the two SEK Hondas off the back of him.
Afif and Akid had a brilliant race up until the DNF due to a technical fault last year.
Yeah, and the rider on screen there, number 157, definitely one to watch. He was, I think I'm right in saying, a winner here, or did he get a P2? But he goes very well here at Zhuhai International Circuit. Robo Vitoni on the LFN machine. So you can see the teams running together there with Fahmi Bassan and Murabil running together with Dimas Juliat Moko. Hand up there from Fahmi. And so, been circulating together. They're now going to make a pit stop together. That's the first third of the session done.
Yeah, looking.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, it's just analyzing the weather real quick. Looks like the rain has stopped from the position that we're sitting at. Looks like it for now. Clouds. Yeah. There are clouds looming over there in the distance, though.
Yeah, looking for other clues out of the window. The trees and the flags seem to be blowing quite well. So yeah, I think the weather is going to be unpredictable. So there's some quality right there on your screen. Good bit of Krishna. Akid Aziz is the fourth of those bikes. Akid was supreme last time here, as I recall. He won race 1. Got pole position. And he had he was unfortunate. He had a DNF in race 2 when he was looking like taking another win.
Yeah, the gap as well, I think it was about 5 or 6 seconds ahead, and then just unfortunate for him to have an issue with the bike. Ooh.
Oh, that's an SEK Honda down there.
It looks like the same place where we saw Sho Nishimura crash. Not too certain, but looks like the similar location.
It's Yusuf, isn't it?
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Another exciting rider there was Faris Putra, just on screen.
I think he's with Shafiq Rosley as well. Yeah. Faris Putra. You can see a lot of these teams have got really distinctive colour schemes now.
It is really helpful for us.
It sure is. So there is Fares, number 33. Behind him, the Uma Racing Yamaha of Shafiq Rosley. There's Wayuaji, whose Race Tech 60 team probably win the distinctive colour scheme award with that bright green.
It's a brilliant colour choice to really stand out in the grid.
Oh yeah, very canny move. think sometimes the simplest things can help. Oh, and that's not a good thing. An umbrella has blown onto the outside of that turn. Marshall's grabbed it and run in. What's that I can see on the edge of the track? I thought I could see something else there.
That's a clear indication of how strong the wind is today.
Yeah, absolutely. April King returns to action. Waiwaji putting the work in. He's currently sitting in 6th. About half the field in the pits at the moment. So we're coming up to about halfway in this session.
I'm not certain, but I think I just saw one thing Waiwaji has. He has this gap right below his handlebars, and it looked like that's where he looks through when he's tucking in, because I was trying to figure out where he's looking through, and you can just see there. So whether they've done that just so that he can do that, that's...
Well, we often see him doing that, don't we? And I always thought he was just counting.
Exactly, and I just caught a glimpse of his helmet livery through there. You can see that
yes,
the gap.
Yes, you can see it now. Oh, look at that.
Wow. Unbelievable. Amafazi Sham, take notes.
What a clever fox he is, yeah. Yeah. All that experience. 2 times champion. And now developing his career with his own team, which we saw last year, but he's brought in a really hot teammate in the shape of Aditya Fauzi. Yeah, look, there he goes again. Brilliant. Now, I haven't got 306 on my entry list. So who is it?
Felix Putra from Elephant HP 969.
Yeah, I do suspect we'll see other riders do, other teams making that adjustment to their bikes.
Yeah, you can see that's another great shot. So everyone take note, just tilt that top part a bit forwards and you will get that opportunity.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
I mean, you can see here as well between April and Wahyu, the difference. Wahyu's top part where on top of his handlebars is significantly smaller, so it allows that.
Yeah.
We might have just unlocked his secret. I think that was wise from Waiwaji. He just didn't want April to get an advantage there.
Yeah. So he's gone, got out of the way, and Masato Fernando, another Filipino there, on the number 17 machine.
Well, weather update, just when we thought that the rain has stopped, it has started to fall again. Saw a glimpse of it on camera, and now you can see the drizzle start to begin around the front straight.
Yeah, Waiwaji backing off. Looks like he's going to make a stop. April King, Masato, number 17. That's for the G-Ren team. That's John Emerson Ingito there, behind his compatriot from the Philippines, April King. And John Emerson. Emerson Ingito, teammate of Gubita Krishna for S1M. It's a Filipino team, but I think Gubita's already in his 3rd season with them. Gubita, of course, being Indonesian. Head down, hand tucked in. Looking for those thousandths. Yeah, you can see the rain on the front straight now really clearly. So we've probably seen the best of the times for this session. And it is Gupita Krishna who's still on top with that 2:08. And Fahmi Bassam, Aditya Fauci, and Dimas Juli, Murabul Vitoni.
So looking at the weather forecast for today, it doesn't seem that we will get much dry weather. Expecting windy conditions. So we're expecting windy conditions, as you saw with the umbrella earlier. And rain is predicted to fall all throughout the afternoon. So very much by the looks of it, it's going to be wet for the whole day. Similar weather forecast for tomorrow and Sunday. So this is what we expect now. Whoever has gone out for their session will gain valuable information.
Yeah.
Nazirul
Well, I
Izzat-
tell you, I was
Yeah.
just going to say, I tell you who hasn't come out, which is Nazirul.
And if it is because he expects it to be dry later, they are going to miss out on really important information and data now. Because everyone has just gone through drizzle, wet track, no rain, and now proper rain again.
Yeah, that's it. So we've got 10 minutes remaining here, so plenty of time to experience the elements. Two Filipinos here running together.
Improved times as well. Love to have a look at how Wahyu has done his cover set on the top there. He's another one who likes to tuck in well like his brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good shot of the conditions there, as well as Fazrul.
The rain has really opened up on us. I think this is the heaviest we've seen it today. So after this, we have the TBS Asia 1 mix, and they will have they're gonna have fun in these conditions.
Yep, we've got absolutely no data like these guys for wet conditions. And they'll have a 20-minute session. So plenty of work for those guys to do. Here comes Fazrul. What was that? That was 2:21. So nothing to read there. You can see some dirt on the outside of the track there. So really important to stay online, although the marshals are sure to clear that up. Okay, so Kid Aziz and Afif Amran, there's some quality for you right there. Afif Amran, race winner in round 1. Kid Aziz on great form too.
Rakit, it was just a bit of a transition for him from last season to this season, so he was brilliant last year. Ooh, there's Fazl Sham. That is truly unfortunate, but he still looks like he's smiling under the helmet, so that's a good thing.
He's got this nature, it's unflappable really, and always so positive.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever caught him in a bad mood. He's always smiling.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it comes out on the program, but if you're hearing the pitter-patter, it is not static from the connection, it is just rain pouring down on the microphone.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking yesterday with the other Cardinals racer, Putra Fadil, who said that having Fazrul on the other side of the garage is just a phenomenal thing for him as a young rider.
Okay, now this might be an improvement. No, it's just shy of it. 209.3 for him on that lap.
Yeah, that's pretty good in these really soggy conditions.
Yeah. think they're managing to stay consistent despite the rain pouring down. So this is good information for the Cardinals team. Sorry, the Cardinals team, the team under Akid and Afif.
Fitzbike, yeah.
Fitzbike.
Yeah, there's a lot of swapping around the teams from last season. Yeah, Afif went from Cardinals to Fitzbike. And Akid.
I think Akid was on Cardinals as well when he was on.
Yeah. Gonna have to check now. As Daniel swings into nerd mode. So looking to see what we can from the timing screens, and I think at this stage with just 6 minutes remaining, we can see some patterns emerging. 2:08 seems to be the benchmark time in these conditions. Gubita Krishna is the best of them. That was set earlier in the session. Fahmi Bassam, Murabul Vitoni, Aditya Fauzi, Dimas Juli. Those guys are all in the 2:08s. And then we've got Akid Aziz and Wayu Aji next best. And Afif Amran, so those guys running together in these much heavier rain conditions. They just switched around. Akid got out of the way to let Afif go in front.
I can also confirm that Akid was riding for Cardinals last year.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
But there was a bit of swapping around, and a rider that went from Fitzbike to Cardinals was Fazrul.
That's Afif and Akid now just having a bit of communication there.
Yeah, doing the sensible thing to help each other out. Both experienced riders, both established front runners, race winners. Thought Afif looked particularly fit yesterday when I saw him in his civvies.
Yeah, Akid is he's a very focused athlete. He's got this. He's always got game face on, and I think he doesn't lack the fitness. He's always looking to improve, and especially after the 2023 that he's had, he'll be looking to just come back stronger and stronger.
Ooh, that's probably not quite where you want to be on those curbs.
Yeah, thank God he picked it up in time, because that could have been really sketchy.
Yeah, they have got the proper grippy paint, because I tried it yesterday with my hiking shoes. I thought, I think it was the paint that was grippy rather than my shoes, but yeah. But those bumps, I mean, they're really big steps in those curbs.
Oh, they really are using the grippy rumble strip there. So credit to Zhuhai for making sure that does have grip.
Yeah, it is really well prepared, and all the way through late yesterday afternoon there were people going around the track picking up bits, like tiny bits of rubbish that they were finding anywhere on the edges and the gravel traps. It's really meticulous preparation here, so shout out to everybody involved. It's a useful session for these guys.
Akid and Afif, they're really working well together. Both have gone up into 5th and 6th now.
Yeah, Aditya last time was slow around, but his best time, he's one of those in the 2:08s. There he is, 1:77 on that distinctive green machine. Looking everywhere. There's Gubita, Sato Fernando.
I do want to credit Zhuhai International Circuit on one more thing. Despite the mention of standing water here and there, the rain has been quite consistent for the past couple of hours, and it's not really puddled up that badly.
Yeah, it was that early downpour that laid some water down. A lot of that has gone.
That's getting into a bit of a bad position there. That was Kupita there, just in front of Masato Fernando.
Yeah. So yeah, John Emerson and Gito, Masato Fernando, and Gupita Krishna. Gupita, for the purposes of his team anyway, honorary Filipino. They do get along really well in that garage.
Aditya Fauzi's just gone up now, 206.835, 1.2 ahead of Gupita Krishna.
Right, and that's in these difficult conditions.
So whatever Aditya has found, the perfect slipstream, the perfect line, the perfect confidence, something has gone really well for him. He's done the most laps as well, 10 laps.
Yeah, his boss is going to be pleased with him. His boss currently about three seconds slower on his best time.
Yeah, I might just say, let's switch transponders. Still strange that we haven't seen Nazrul Izzat. I mean, it must be that they have an issue with the bike getting started or something, because I can't imagine not going out on track right now.
No, absolutely. It must be a technical issue. And it must be quite a big one to keep him right out.
Pierpont Liu Bimpeng, another one who hasn't been able to go out yet. Giancarlo Mauricio came out for a lap and then speed in pit lane.
Yeah, looking further down the field, I mean, we've said that the 2.8s are clearly where you need to be in these conditions, but there's a lot of really good riders that are miles off that. Like Shafiq Rosley, Masato Fernando, April King, John Emerson, all more than 3 seconds off.
Yeah, Faris Putra, who was right up with it the last round, is just struggling now.
Oh, and now we've got the SCK Honda in the gravel trap. That is, I think, the SCK Honda.
I think that's Amirul Arif Musa.
Yeah. I'll confirm that in a moment. Might have been Farrell Rasiadan. Anyway, we will see. The checkered flag is out now anyway, so that's the last time across the line for the riders you can see on your screen at the moment. And that green bike on the right really does look like it's motoring.
So I was just analysing a gust of wind that just went across turn 1 there. It's really windy out here at Zhuhai.
Yeah, there was a Dicha steaming through there. And that one is slowing down lap. So really interesting session there, which was snatched by Aditya Fauzi, who has ended up almost a second clear of anybody else. I think it's interesting that the next rider up is Dimas Juliet Moko, because he is a quick rider who hasn't started putting whole races together yet. So he's one of those we've got our eyes on to see when he will make that step. Dimas Julie running for Team One for All this year, having been LFN previously. There goes April King. So in these conditions, I guess to get within 2 seconds of the best, particularly when the best is 1 second clear of everyone else, is pretty good. So that means the top 6 or 7. So nothing out on track looks likely to upset the order that we've got now. see where the pit lane entrance is, just on the right on the approach to the final turn. So there he is, Aditya Fauzi. Absolute killer lap, 206.8 in these conditions. Next best for Yamaha, Team One for All, Dimas Juliet Moko. Gubita Krishna, former double champion, was next up for S1M Evo. Farmin Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969 was next. Mil Vatoni, his teammate, was next. Akir Aziz for Pitspike One Way and Afifan Ram teammates in 6th and 7th on late 208s, and Waiwaji Triluxana on 209.122 was 8th best. John Emerson Inguito, the Filipino for 4S1M Evo Yamaha Racing Team, was 9th, 10th for his Putra Fadil. April King Mascado for Uma Racing Philippines was 11th, 12th. Masato Fernando for Jiren Kobe Motor Oil Racing. Amaral Afif Musa for SCK is 13th, 14th. Shafiq Rosli for Uma Racing Malaysia, and 15th Felix Putra Mulia for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia. And Rekat Yusuf Fadila for SCK was 16th. I think that was him we saw crash late in that session. Fazrul Sham, surprisingly, on 2:13. I don't think he had that much time out on track, and there were no times recorded for Uma Racing's Giancarlo Maurizio and Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, the defending champion. So Daniel, I'm sure on your travels you'll be able to get to the bottom of that little mystery. But for now, we're going to take another short break, and when we come back, we're just about back on schedule after the earlier red flag, so it should be in about 5 minutes from now. We'll be back with the first session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. You're at Zhuhai International Circuit with the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Hello, I'm Andi Farid Isdihar. Now we are in Zhuhai Circuit. So I want to draw the track layout in 1 minute. So I will try. Okay. Okay. I hope finish.
Finish. Okay, so let's see. Is this same? Okay, good. So
Next, I want to Azlan to do it. Good luck.
Okay, I will accept Andi challenge. Drawing Zhuhai Circuit under 1 minute. Okay, let's go. Tak cukup. Salah ni. Siap. Here you go. Memang tak sama lah Nasha. Bukan? Tak sama kan? Tak kan?
Hi guys, I'm Afsharin. I have a challenge from Azran Shah that we need to draw the track less than 1 minute. So let's see what I can do. And since I race here is 2011 and long time I live this track, but I still remember the layout. But the taking point will be different because it's a different category. My last race was 600. So let's see what can I do. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. We try, We try. We try. Here. Whoop. Okay. I think not bad. Little bit bigger in the first corner. Oh, I think draw is not good. I think for our bike is not bad. No, not bad. I challenge Kasma, so let's try to do 1 minute, under 1 minute lah. So let's see. This is mine. I don't know, maybe 5/10 or I don't know.
Hi, I'm Kasma. I accept challenge from Absherin. So let's see. So first, main straight, overtake BMW, and then go here, here, and chicken. Maybe Sector 1, I think. Little bit different. So next, sabar apa dalam bahasa Inggeris? Challenge. So next, I challenge Yuki.
Hello, I'm Yuki. I challenge from Kasuma, which is the Zhuhai truck I will riding here. This is my second Zhuhai circuit. Wait. Yes.
Are you sure about this?
Yes.
You also have
Almost there.
Okay.
Yes. Do you see? Oh yes, almost there.
Can you show the camera?
Yeah, I did quite good.
Oh ini hapus dulu. Macam mana nih? Ada hapus nggak?
Tak jadi. Again.
Abang Lam jadi kita go.
Abang jadi gitu.
Almost there.
Can you show the camera?
Welcome back, everyone, to the on-track action. I do love that challenge that the riders took up there to draw the circuit from memory. Absolutely brilliant. And this is the first session of the day for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. And of course, as for everybody else, this is their first experience at Zhuhai in wet conditions. So there'll be good data gathering for all of these guys. The TVS Asia One-Make Championship has been getting better and better. It's in its third season now. Started in 2022. The bikes have kept improving and getting faster. They're in fact measurably faster than the AP 250 class, if that's any kind of benchmark to work off. But it's a project that's developing a really nice bike to ride. These ones are, you have to say, limited edition. You can buy them in the showrooms, but they're pretty expensive, dripping with carbon fiber and engine special parts and so on. They run 310 cc single engines supplied by BMW, and so managing the high compression challenges, especially under braking and changing down, has been a challenge. Initially it was a challenge, but A-Racer, who supplied the ECU for these bikes, quickly got on top of that and made the bikes much more stable under braking and downshifting, and so it's now not an issue at all. So coming back to the situation for this championship, there is one big question that everybody's got, which is who can stop Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono has won 9 races since he joined the championship in round 4 at Sugo last year, and has only DNF'd once, and that was the only race that he hasn't won. So double wins for the last 8 starts in the last 4 rounds that he's done. The number 1 plate there belongs to Muzaki Mohammed, the defending champion. He had a decent start to the season, picking up plenty of points in round 1. The number 13 on your screen there is Kim Min-jae, the South Korean rider, and then when we find him on screen, take a look out for number 15, Zhuhai Zhang, who's a 16-year-old rider who's been supported to come into this round of the TVS Asia One Make Championship by Jimmy Racing Team, privateer, but a big privateer racing team here in China. So be looking out for him. He will only have arrived today, I think, because he was at school. He's in middle school in Shanghai, so he had to make the 3-hour flight across to Zhuhai. Anyway, on your screen, you've got the Muzakiya Rishi Takahira, the exciting young Japanese rider. That's the number 9, and the number 13, Kim Min-jae. Kim Min-jae had what you might call learning experience in round 1 with some crashes, and found it quite a tough introduction, but of course learning from every time around the track. And so going back to the question of who can stop Hiroki Ono, well, one of the riders that could do it is the number 9 on your screen there. In fact, both of those riders, Muzakiya Mohammed and Sartak Chavan. Sartak attracting a lot of attention at the moment as a really quick, promising Indian rider. He's tracking defending champion Muzakiya. Sartak came in for the last round of 2023 at Zhuhai International. He got a 3rd place and a 2nd place in race 1 and race 2 in round 1 just a month ago, and looking very good and sounding very confident. He's really quick, he's aggressive, but he got the results in the end. What did you think of Sartak in round 1, Daniel?
Yeah, I think he showed his quality. Did not take long at all for him to get accustomed with the grid and with the bike. I mean, we saw how brilliant he was at the end of last season in Buriram, and we were just wondering, where has he been all this time? He should have been there for the whole season, and now I'm so happy to see that we do have him, and he's just been excellent. I think India's been waiting for that brilliant rider that takes it to the top every time, and Sartak's showing that.
Yeah, and in the gravel there, that is Irvin Eksan.
It's going to be a bit of dirt riding for him there.
Yeah. So yeah, unfortunate for him. So we've got one rider again from Singapore, but this year it's Irvin Eksang.
would have loved to have seen Arshad Rushdie come back for another season.
Yeah, he was promising all the way in both seasons. He looked good. So shout out to him for the entertainment. We hope to see him again in some incarnation back in ARRC. So it looks like the rain has stopped again for now. Daniel, you just poked your nose somewhere near the window. Did you ascertain whether it's still raining?
Well, around the pit area, it's just a very, very light drizzle, barely a drizzle, but it's nothing too concerning. So we just got a wet track now. But with how the weather has been, it could just come back altogether.
Yeah, coming through on the front of your screen there, number 3, just being passed by Chirant Vishwanath. Another Indian rider was Vorapong Malahuan. He was the rider who started this whole project and has continued to lead it, coaching riders, bringing them on and so on, until he's got to the stage where he's finding it pretty difficult to find podium places on the podium. So it's a huge success for him and the project.
That's an awesome helmet design from Vorapong there. Got 2 eyes right above it. Oh, that's right onto the grass there. That is sketchy.
Yeah, that's not really where you want to be in these conditions. There's Vorapong and Chirant taking very different lines through, what is that? Turn 9. I need a track map. I walked around it yesterday, but I would still have failed the test that those riders were doing on the whiteboard to draw the circuit. Number 15 coming through there is Zhuhai Zhang, the 16-year-old Chinese wildcard into this series. So he's coming into rainy conditions. So we'll see what he can do. Zhuhai Zhang, sponsored by Jimmy Racing Team for this event. Chirant Vishwanath making a good show of things. Currently 3rd quickest now. And running with Rishi Takahira.
Ozaki stepping authority there as well, got up into 1st.
Yeah, it's good to see from the defending champion, Muzakia. Because we do have this mix of the young riders, most of whom we've been talking about so far, but the experienced riders like Vorapong, like Muzakia and Ramdan Rosli, whom we haven't had any screen time yet with, are really strong in this championship and make it a great mix. Perhaps different from some of the other one makes, because they do have this mix rather than just going all out with young racers.
Ramdan's seemingly struggling a bit in these conditions. He just hasn't found the pace yet. He's 6.8 down from fellow countryman Muzakir, who's in 1st.
Yeah, and normally there's very little to choose between them. Oh, and somebody's taking a little excursion there. Is that Sartak?
Looks like it, yeah. His pace as well, he hasn't found any improvements, and yeah, looks like an unfortunate spill for him there.
Yeah, he showed well early. He's 2nd down on best times. And quite often you see young riders go really well in the wet because they haven't discovered fear yet. Well, that's Chirant down there. And we did see him pushing on. so he obviously just pushed a little bit too hard. So a little bit of debris there on the track. Just looking out for Hiroki Ono.
Ramdan there doing a nice little slide into the first turn.
That's Ramdan number 4 there. As you said, well down the order.
Oh, and that's Kim Min Jae. Sorry, not Kim Min Jae. That's Ati Kang Hair.
Yeah, so the young Thai also losing his footing. So quite a few casualties in this session.
I think it's quite to be expected. The rain has stopped. The track is just it's still wet, so maybe some riders were trying a few things here and there, but track does tend to get greasy once the rain stops flowing. We've got another yellow flag, so someone else has gone off there. So the yellow flag starting to be waved. Can't see what happened, but you can see the marshals all around the gravel traps. Osaka found another fastest lap, 157.6, but what was more interesting to me is that Hiroki Ono is not excelling in these conditions. So this is why I love wet weather riding. The top riders sometimes can struggle a bit, and the riders who didn't have the pace before might just shoot up the order. So this is a twist now.
Yeah, there could be a chance to answer the big question: is who's going to stop him?
It's like the weather might be stopping him.
Yeah. Yeah, surprising that Ramdan's down there. We got Hiroki Ono crossing the line there. He's done a 1:59. So no improvement for him.
Quick weather update, it has started to rain again. The rain started falling around pit lane again, and you can see there on screen.
Yeah.
Relentless.
In some ways that's not a bad thing, because it's keeping the track conditions properly wet.
Yep. It's really good data, really good information, and consistent track conditions all throughout, so the riders will be able to understand these conditions very, very well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there's 4 minutes left in this session, and it looks as though Hiroki Ono is starting to push a little bit. We often see that happen late in the session.
Yeah, how dare I doubt Hiroki's quality? As he has already done the fastest sector 1. This is going to be good for him.
Yeah, just ahead of him he's got Keiwei Ahmed, who could possibly hold him up. But here comes Hiroki Ono. He's going to... No, he's not. Okay, so on screen there, number 2, Hiroki Ono. Number 6, Keiwei Ahmed. And coming up inside him, Ramdan Rosley. Keiwei Ahmed couldn't get it stopped there. He trundles off into the gravel and just about keeps enough momentum to get himself back onto the grass and therefore back onto the track. There is Ramdan.
This is me nerding out a bit as we watch Ramdan come across. There should be an improvement. Yes, Ramdan does a 1:59, goes up into 6th.
Yeah, and Hiroki Ono goes up into number 1. Well, it's not the first time we've seen that happen in late in the session. There are 2.5 minutes remaining, so he's going to get another flyer in, or 2 actually.
Yeah, if you don't mind me indulging with a bit of nerdy weather information for the next run that we will have in Japan, in Motegi. This wet weather sessions that we're getting today and this whole weekend will be so beneficial to the riders and the teams, because looking at the weather for June when we head to Motegi in Japan, it will be cool temperatures around 15 to 23 degrees Celsius, but with 13 rainy days, so the chance of rain quite high. So whatever they gain from here can be brought forward to that round, and this will be really good for everyone.
That's deep, Daniel. Thank you.
It is. Just something that played in my mind for a second there.
It's good. Very worthwhile. Good shot there of Ramdan. One of the good things about these dull conditions is that you can see the focus of the riders and, of course, the brilliant camera work.
So while we have the shot, quick shout out to Indian Oil, the official fuel partner for the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yes, indeed. Good to have them on board for 3 years indeed. Every category will be using Indian Oil race fuel.
Hiroki Ono, 157.4 for him, so...
Yeah,
still
half a second up on Muzakia.
Yeah.
Muzakia's been good. His pace has been good through this session.
He's been consistent. He's been doing lap after lap of fast laps. Hiroki, of course, is always taking it right to the top, and he will not back down without a fight. Ramdan there as well, found improvement, a 159.1 for him. He goes up into 5th.
Yeah, looks like Ramdan's done for this session. That's not a bad effort. This 20-minute session, he's got 7 laps in. You can understand the conditions. Horapong we haven't spoken about too much, but he's in P3, 1.2 seconds off best time of Hiroki Ono. But Hiroki Ono is 1.2 seconds clear of everybody else, so that kind of... Oh! And there in the gravel is Okin Aksan, and he's deep.
He dug himself deeper there.
So once again, shout out to Zhuhai International Circuit for having proper gravel traps that really do stop the bike. So despite the frustration of Irvin at the moment, the gravel trap's absolutely doing the job. Here he goes. Can't get it stopped.
Oh, he just went straight there. Yeah. And if you break there on the grass, you're just going to trundle down.
Absolutely,
so.
yeah. I mean,
look at how effective the gravel trap is. It just really made that front wheel sink in.
Yeah.
And yeah, as much as it is frustrating for Irvin there, it is such a good example of a good gravel trap.
Yeah. There are. Just in case you're looking up or looking down, you're not going to miss the checkered flag.
Yeah, there was an experience of that with Aslan. I think, was it back in 2019?
Yeah, and we've seen it at Zhuhai International, where we have 2 flags as well. Yeah, so it does look as though Hiroki Ono has done his thing once again, pulling out a late lap, but I would definitely give a good shout out to Muzakia, the defending champion, for showing good pace all the way through. So there it is, a 156.408 for Hiroki Ono, the Japanese rider. Tops the TVS Asia One Make Championship session from defending champion Muzakia Mohammed. Next up, 2022 champion Vorapong. Decent session for him too, and good pace just off Muzakia. Chirant Vishwanath was 4th, 5th. Ramdan Rosley 6th. Sartak Shavan, we didn't see too much of him. Rocco Sessler, didn't see too much of him either, but he was 7th. And Deki Tiano Aldi from Indonesia was 8th. 9th, Casey Klammer. 10th, Rishi Takahira. 11th, Kim Min Jae. 12th, KY Ahmed. Irvin Eksan, who we saw had 2 offs. Best time for him was 2:04.5. Ati Kangere also came off on a similar time, and Suhao Zhang, the debutant, 16-year-old debutant with the 16 on the front of his TVS Apache. Best time for him 2:07, so he's making progress too, I noticed, through the session as well. Suhao Zhang being sponsored by Jimmy Racing to come into this category, so shout out to them. And a shout out to all our Chinese listeners. We are going to take another little break now, and we'll be back next time with the Next session coming up, we're going to go back to the AP250s. We'll be next on track as we see the TVS Asia 1 mate trundling in. And as you can see on the screen, this is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's round 2. We're at Zhuhai International Circuit in China, and we'll be right back with free practice 2 session for the AP250s. So stay with us. Welcome back to Soggy Circuit here at Zhuhai in the southeast of China in Guangdong province. We are here for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship for 2024. And the weather is playing a major part today. As you can see, the trees being blown around. And you'll shortly also see on screen that the rain is coming down pretty steadily right now. And so it's in with that background that the AP250s come out for their second session of the day. The first session was a dry one. It was merely cloudy, so this is their first time out on rain tyres. Every other class has experienced the wet conditions already. So first time out for them. So let's see what happens. We are delighted to have no fewer than 7 Chinese riders in this 26 rider field. So it's absolutely brilliant to see the rise of China in motorcycle racing. And so some cautious riding here as they come on their out laps. That's Wang Jiedong, number 461, just going through there. Regular riders there. The 46 of Herjun Atna. And the 155 of Piawat, 188 of Piawat Patumios. But you can see very clearly there that the rain is pretty steady. That's Watcher Timon. Teammate of Piawat. They have 3 riders in this class. East End JT racing team. First saw them in the paddock in 2022, and they really ramped up their presence last year and once again this year. Coming on track now are the 2 Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki RX 25Rs. So listen out for them because they have got 4-cylinder inline engines. So going through there is Kevin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. And there is the number 95 machine of Ni Tian for Subo Racing Team. We have seen Ni Tian in ARC before, I think for Victor Racing, if I remember correctly. Anyway, it's great to see him back for Chinese team, Subo.
You can still see everyone's being a bit cautious because the rain has really picked up. It's heavier than it was about an hour ago.
Yeah, all the marshals, everybody got their wet weather gear on.
Oof, someone went spectacularly wide there.
Yeah, very cautiously through there. That was Deandra on the Kawasaki who took an interesting line. Kianda Ramadipa, another young rider who is holding our attention. But nobody's holding our attention any less strongly than this rider, Ferozi Torakatula. He was quickest in this morning's dry session. So all eyes on him to see what he can do in the wet.
Yeah, Ferozi's just, he's been brilliant this season. I think, I mean, he's always been strong. Even on the R25s, he put on some fantastic performances. And even more so now, with the new bike, the new regulations, he's really flourishing. And yeah, I think this season, it's too early to call it, but it's in between Ferozi and Herjun for me. I think these two have been at the top of their game. It's going to be a really good battle for the next 5 rounds, including this one.
Yeah, I think it was the second half of the season when there was a little tweak to the regs that let those Yamaha R25s become a little more competitive, and we saw the quality then of Ferozi.
Yeah, I think it stood out in Mandalika was when I think the regulations were adjusted slightly, and yeah, Ferozi and the Yamahas just picked up the game, and it's been an improving. They've been improving every round since then, and it's just been very impressive.
Yeah, and of course Arai Agaska's teammate has also been going well. Number 25 there for East NJT is Watcher Timon. As we stay there with Ferozi, who just samples one of the puddles, but stays on board. And there's Cal Vietnam. He gave us plenty to talk about, plenty of excitement in round one, competing for the win in both races and slipping off at the final turn in both cases to his frustration. So he's regrouped. He's proved to himself how quick he is. So he's looking for good results this weekend. So let's see how he goes in the wet.
As of right now, Araya Gaska, he's at the top at 205.070. Gao Zheang is in second, so great job from Gao Zheang there.
Yeah, Gao Zheang, good for him in this very early part of the session. And there on screen is the number 14 machine of, let me get my number-based entry list.
Look at Aiki here. What's
Makasuba. Oh, this is a nice close-up.
Yeah, something's happened here between Aiki.
15.
Oh, I mean, that's just showing the conditions as well. Like, look at how wet it is out there.
Long Nanzi for Victor Racing, who's a regular rider, not a wild card. Number 14 going through there is Vreya Makasuba for Pitspike one way. There is Cal Vietnam, number 65. That's Irfan Haikal. Idemitsu Bunsu Honda behind him.
Good job from the Bunsu Honda pairing as well. Sharfin and Azman and Irfan Haikal first and second respectively. And Irfan taking a really neat line through there, and he's looking really confident in these conditions.
Yeah, there's so much quality in this AP 250 field. Yes, we've lost Reza Danica. Yes, we've lost Mukladar and others, but there's still a phenomenal amount of quality here. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. It does feel like it's getting heavier, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say the rain is hammering down on us. If the images on track didn't indicate that, I can confirm to you that
you might be able to hear it on the live stream. No, just the pitter patter on the outside outdoor cameras.
Good timing, cameraman, because I was also about to mention that the wind is really strong. You can see the gusts of wind just coming across the track and just blowing water across. So
yeah, absolutely. There's Jia Rui, another replacement rider for Sijia Racing Team. We saw one of those umbrellas blown onto the track, so I guess they've all been nicely secured now.
yeah, this is when you talk about wet weather riding, this is really wet now. This is a real test of who can gauge these type of conditions, because
yeah,
I still remember old school riders, like I'm talking about the generation of Azan Shah when he was young and such. They would say that in these type of heavy rain conditions, you can actually gauge the grip better, simply because you have more water flowing across, so you just can understand the feel a bit better. But I think that it comes down to whoever is riding the bike.
Yeah, I think so. You can see the wind there. Look at the way that the raincoat of Aiki Yoshi is being blown around there. He's got Kiandra behind him. Another brilliant young rider coming through, Astra Honda. And that umbrella's done and dusted. Thank goodness the marshals can see the funny side.
Yeah. No, I was about to say, like Aiki Yoshi's or whoever's wearing a raincoat right now, that's a parachute when you brake.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, right now the rain has slowed down, but the wind is not at all. So
yeah. So we're just on board there with Wang Jiedong.
I think the only way to describe today's weather has been tricky.
Yeah, it definitely is that. So there we have Long Nanzi, number 15. And he's got chasing after him, Arai Gaskan, number 38. The young prodigy for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. That's 188 there is Piawat. We know his quality from a few seasons in AP 250s before joining TVS Asia One Make. Cal Vietnam, another on-form rider. Great shot there.
That's one for the highlight reels. That's beautifully done. You can see the amount of water just spraying up there. Cal Vietnam, do contact our production crew if you want that video.
Absolutely. So Sharifuddin is fastest out there at the moment with 2:04, and down goes.
Is that an Astra Honda bike? I can see how deep the ground.
Oh, and there's Irfan Haikal down as well. So a couple of fallers there.
Yeah, I think that they were pushing. I think they were trying to see how far they could take it, but yeah, they found the limits there.
Okay, the answer has been given. That's Mohsin Paramban. He's got running with him there. The 369 of Zhang Zhuran for Shijiao Racing Team. Oh, sorry, that's Nguyen Hu Tri. That's the second time today I've confused the Vietnam with the Indian Hondas. I do apologise to both. But Nguyen Hu Tri. And following him is Zhang Zhuran, who went pretty well in the first practice session, actually.
Follow now Nguyen Hu Tri and Zhang Zhuran. See, the thing that is one of the bikes still getting cleared up. We had 2 separate crashes as well just now.
Yeah, that was an Astra Honda, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. So right now, on the top, we have Mohammad Farouzi again. So 203.462. Mohammad Farouzi really is finding every way to go faster.
Just staying with the Vietnamese and Chinese riders here. Nguyen Hu Tri and Zhang Zhuran.
One thing I have to credit for the Indonesian racing development, the level of talent that they have in young, fast riders coming up is unbelievable. You have Arai Gaska here, we have Veda Ega, Herjan as well, who's strong as well. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yamaha and Honda both doing amazing work bringing these young riders through.
Kiandra as well, I must not leave him out. He's another one that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah.
Someone just went really wide there. I think that was Farouzi. Nearly onto the green.
Yeah, and that's Nitian coming through there. Ahead of 911. I wonder what kind of car he drives. That's Jia Rui for Shijiao Racing Team.
For Farouzi now. In front of him there was the East NJT bike. And again, I do want to give a shout out to Gao Xiang because he's holding on. He's up into 5th. It's really impressive.
Yeah, he's in for Team One for All this year, which I think is a really good move. It's a strong team. That the team owner is Wei Chi-wei, the Japanese GP legend.
Farouzi just improved again at 202.489. Just before that, Araya Gaska, his teammate, as well improved at 203.278.
Yeah, there is Sharifuddin on your screen there. The Honda just went through, and there's another one just landing. It might be one of the East machines.
I think it looks like 63. Could be Sharifuddin Azman, but it's hard to tell from this distance.
Yeah.
And another one as well.
Oh, and that's the number 95 of Nitian.
Oh, he's just stuck there.
Racing, yeah. So unfortunate for him, he's got that front wheel lodged in the gravel. It's not quite deep enough for him to let go, but...
Yeah, I think he still can make it out there.
Yeah.
Saw bigger efforts in TVS earlier when
absolutely, yeah, they did get really deep. So riders all around the circuit, yeah, that is Sharifuddin.
Distinct helmet there.
Yeah.
The body language says everything there.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Oh, this is a beautiful shot here. You can see the mountains in the background there.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful mix of nature, technology, and business here in Zhuhai.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is right next to high technology zone.
Yellow flag, they're not complying.
Yeah, it's even difficult to wave the flag. So there you go. Yeah, the high-tech zone needs to invest in some the technology we saw at Kota last weekend with the flashing lights instead of the flags.
Finally, we see Herjanana. I was wondering when he was going to pop up on our screens because we didn't. He's down in 15th. He's only done 3 laps. It's been a quiet session for him. Is this a push lap for him? No, he's just come up from pit lane. So looks like he's not pushing on this lap. He's got 12, well, just under 13 minutes left. Love to see what Herjan makes of these conditions.
Yeah, yeah, he's got Watcherin running behind him at the moment. Watcherin, best time of, way down, 2:14.
Yeah, it was looking better in practice 1. Herjan there.
Yeah.
Still finds improvement.
Yeah. Sorry, 2:06 for Watcherin.
It's amazing. Herjan was set up for a lot of that lap and he still managed a 2:06.2. So let's see now. Herjan on a push lap. Still doesn't look like too much of a push. He's still just.
No, it doesn't.
I think it's really just set up for this session for him. Just trying to figure out what to do for the bike when the important sessions come around.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of a snap there.
Yeah. That slowed up Watcherin. Watcherin was pushing then as well.
He was closing up on him.
Yeah, yeah. So that would have ruined Watcherin's lap.
I don't know if I said that correctly, but it looked like someone else was getting wheeled off at the side there still.
Yeah. Herjan there found one of the puddles close to that, the apex there.
Still in control, and he's not backing off. It's a quality that we expect from Herjan. You can see he's really not getting too aggressive. He's just trying to figure out where the grip is. That's what we expect from Herjan. He's quite a mature rider. I think whatever happened with Herjan as well has slowed down Watcherin further.
Yeah, yeah. Watcherin retiring to a safe distance.
Oh, look at that from Herjan. He's just sliding the rear just so comfortably. That's such a good shot.
Yeah, and he's just experimenting with it. He's not out of control or particularly pushing.
So let's see sector times for Herjan here while we have him.
So they're both in the 2:06s. The best time is 2:01.734 from Araya Gaska. As you were saying, one of the brilliant young Indonesians in this class.
Across comes Herjan there. So Watcherin does improve, but Herjan, I think too many errors there for him. So looks like he's on another push lap. He's got 10 minutes left to gauge these conditions. You see that he's just riding comfortably, not taking too much risk. Warrit has improved. He's gone up into 5th, a 2:04.893.
Yep, and Piawat also. So East NJT having a pretty solid session here. They have a good Instagram account. Always doing things together. You can see a real team spirit has been built up there.
Definitely, yeah. I think that's key in making a team run well.
Yeah, had lots of training sessions at different circuits in Thailand. They've had GP riders from Spain coming over to coach them, and they do a lot of things together. Proper, effective team building.
They even have their own little training compound as well, and it's really, really impressive.
Yeah. It's those R3s, Arai Gasker and Ferozi Torokatila, on top right now.
He's found another improvement, just as you mentioned it. 2:01.076 from Arai Gasker. 1.4 ahead of his teammate Mohammad Ferozi.
Yep, and everybody else in the 203s, well, 4s. Most people in the mid-204s.
Now, this is super impressive from Araya Gaska. 201.076. He's still out on track, so he might find a time below 201.
Here's the Pitspike one-way entry for this season in this category of Freya Markasuba. Filipino rider in, had tricky introduction in round one. Of course, we know this team mostly from underbones, but they're stepping into this class as well, so we hope that experiment goes really well for them. And just there, the second bike there is Tonampu, the number 19. And he's got in front of him Mosin Paramban, number 17.
Mosin there just really ringing it wide. Just tries to find a bit of pace here. Just an update on the timings for Herjun. He's gone up into 7th. And where is... still for where Warren's gone... Sorry, Watcherin. Yeah, Watcherin's gone up into 4th. So great lap time from Watcherin there.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to extrapolate this into a possible race scenario, isn't it? Unless the race scenario is one gifted youngster scampers away at the front.
As he has just done a 2:02.592
so
from
he's
Araya
continuing
Gaska.
to bring the times down. Amazing stuff.
I mean, the conditions aren't getting any better, but he's just found a comfort zone where he's just able to improve with every lap that he's done. Unbelievable. Similar to what you said earlier, he's at that age where fear hasn't reached him yet.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, not enough injuries. And we don't wish him any injuries at all, of course.
Indeed.
But it's absolutely wonderful to see somebody just get in and pure talent without the fear filter.
It's super, super impressive. Alfonsi, another impressive rider so far in the session, has found himself up into 6th. So great job there for Alfonsi Ray and the SDG Hark Pro team. Speaking of improvements, Herjun's just gone up into 4th at 204.325.
Yeah, there is Mosim, Tongampu, and Piawat behind them. Piawat, P8 currently.
Quick shout out to one of the wildcards, Jia Rui. He's found himself into 12th, which is not a bad position at all. Right behind Cal Vietnam and ahead of Kevin Samar Quinto.
Yeah, and Gao Jiang for Team 1 Pro just ahead of them. Piawat looks as though he's the quickest of these 3 riders at the moment. He's got Mosin ahead of him on the Idemitsu Honda Racing India machine.
Yeah, the rain has picked up again. It started to get heavy. So, varying conditions in regards to the downpour that we're having. In this group of 3, again, he's been quite decent all throughout the session, but Jiang Zhou actually has just gone up into 4th.
Yeah. So for Shijiao Racing Team, Jiang Zhou Ran, we saw him look promising in the first free practice session as well, which was dry. Also delivering the goods in the wet, so that's really something to watch out for.
I mean, looking at how the wildcats have performed, I truly do hope that they join us for the coming rounds, because this is really, really impressive from them. I mean, for Jiang Zhou, for example, he's now dicing it with a rider from SDG Hark Pro, East NJT Racing Team, Astro Honda Racing Team, Bunsu Honda Racing Team. That's not easy, and you know, credit to the team as well for setting up the bike so well.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, this is great. And as we were saying earlier, I think it's easier to adapt the Yamaha R3 to come into this this category this season, which was one of the rule changes. The R25s were a bit specialist.
Sharfudin Osman has just gone up into second there. So Sharfudin Osman has improved, Farouzi has improved, Herjan's improved. As well as
Wang Jiadong's going to get out of the way. Sorry, Daniel.
Sorry, that's right. But this session has been really, really interesting. I mean, the amount of riders just finding improvements out of nowhere. You have some which are flourishing. We have wildcards who are finding their way into the top 5, as Zhang Zuo has done so far. It's just really a good mix now. And if right now, if we just take away the factor of the top 3, because they're lapping really fast, we'll take 4th all the way down to 11th. Well, actually 4th all the way down to 13th. The gap is just under 1.8.
Yeah, that does bode well. It's difficult to interpret the race scenario, but it should be an exciting one. So Fonsi, Ray Santos Taquigan going through for SDG. And there goes Torikatula, Farouzi Torikatula. And here comes Sharifuddin. We haven't seen too much of him on our screens. He did crash. He's back on board now. And he is still sitting second on the timing screens, 1.3 seconds behind the brilliant Araya Gasca. There he goes. He did well to get himself back into this session after crashing out in these conditions. So somehow they got the bike back and him back on it. Here he goes to cross the line. This is going to be a 2 minute 3.3. So considering everything for how his session has gone, that's pretty decent for Sharifuddin. Sharifuddin Azman, also known as Damok to his Malaysian fans. And great to see him in riding this year for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Calvin Kintel just went through there, number 11 for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. There he is, 63 with the distinctive tiger motif on the top of his helmet, so very easy to spot the Malaysian former GP rider. So despite that crash, he came back on and just did a 2:03. There's Kevin Kinsel. Kevin currently 12th, 4.6 seconds off.
Yeah, right now the only one with close enough, well, closing the gap to Araya Gasca, well, not the only one, two. Farouzi and Sharifuddin Azman, these are the only 2 riders who have done times below a 2:03 besides Araya Gasca.
Yeah, there's that gap of 1.5 seconds back to everybody else from that front 3. That is really interesting. Well, Sharifuddin definitely shrugged off that tumble earlier in the session. This will be his last time around because the checkered flag is out to finish this session. And this time it's the 2:02.7. So, nice work. His best time. Oh, that is his best time is 2:01.9. Aha.
Farouzi has just edged ahead of his teammate there. 2:05.71.
Yeah, just a couple of hundredths, less than 2 hundredths quicker. So, amazing stuff from Yamaha Racing Indonesia, you have to say, from slightly more experienced Farouzi and the brilliant youngster Araya Gasca, who led much of that session. But he did show the way, and the others caught up with him. That is Wang Jiadong just going through there. Number 461 in for Victor Racing Team, regular rider this season. Wang is where on the timing screens. He's currently, can't see on this page, anyway. Coming through there is Jia Rui for Shizhou Racing. Jia, good session from him. Best time of 2:05.2. So the local riders and the wildcards for this round are making a really good showing in these wet conditions here at Zhuhai International Circuit. And the best of them, Zhang Zhuoran for Shizhou Racing Team, who ends this session P5. The best time of 2:03.7. Brilliant stuff. The buildings you can see in the background are part of the High Zone Park. There it is. He just squeaked it at the end by a couple of hundredths. Ferozi Torakatula was the fastest in that wet practice session for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, just ahead of his teammate Araya Gaska Dibani Laksana. Sharifuddin Azman, great session from him despite a crash. He did a best time of 2:01.9. Herjanatna Firdaus, 2:03.6. Zhang Zhuoran, as we were just saying, the best of the Chinese riders there for Shizhou Racing Team. Big shout for him, 2:03.6. Wacharin Tubtimon for East NJT was 6th. 7th, Alfonso Rey Santos de Quigan for SDG. And Irfan Haikal, another crasher in that session. Best time of 2:04 was good enough to put him 8th. 9th, Piwak Putumios for East NJT, just ahead of teammate Warwick Tong Nopakun. They're on the mid-2:04s. Jiroui for Shizhou Racing Team, another of the brilliant wildcards in here. Kevin Quintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India was 12th. Gao Zhang was 13th for One for All Wonder Vacations. Frey R. Markusuba for Pitspike One Way JRT was 14th. 15th was Cao Vietnam. Cautious session for him, best time of 2:05. Kendra Ramadipa for Astra Honda was 16th. Long Nanzi for Victor Racing, 17th. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, 18th. 19th, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India. Hu Tong Ming for Bovitech Racing. Tong An Pu was 21st, and 22nd, Ni Tian, running this weekend for Subo Racing Team. 23rd on a 2:10.7 for Shunjing Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team. Wang Jiedong for Victor Racing, 24th. 25th, Haiki Iyoshi. Didn't see much of him in that session. Neither did we see much of his teammate, Deandra Trihardika, who ends up in 26th. So, fascinating session there in these conditions. Only 3 riders really got on a pace that indicated they could run away with a win, but that is their first wet session. They've got one more session to go this afternoon. We're going to take a short break now, and the next bikes on track will be the Supersport 600s, and they'll be coming up in about 6 minutes time. They'll be out for free practice 2. They did have their the second half of the session in wet conditions earlier this morning, so let's see what happens next. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so stay with us and we'll be back for free practice 2 with the Supersport 600s for this round 2, day 1 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us.
Racing Technique ASEAN Garage with Apiwat. So Apiwat, the last time we seen you here was 2019, but this time we're back in very difficult conditions. So what do you think of the conditions so far?
Yeah, today is the condition is wet condition is raining a lot. But yeah, the big difference in the 2019 when I ride here. Yeah, after FIM 1, I adjust a little bit in the setup, and we will see in the FIM 2.
Looking at the forecast, it's going to be similar to for the whole weekend. But you had really good pace this morning. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think the plan is when the wet in the weekend is for step by step and a little bit setting up, and yeah, we'll see FIM 2.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the weekend.
We are back at a wet and soggy Zhuhai International Circuit, but we are seeing some really bright performances. It's the first time that we've seen rain in, I think, in living memory. The Asia Road Racing Championship has been coming to Zhuhai for more than 20 years, and this is the first time that anybody I've found to talk to has witnessed wet conditions here. And there for Jimmy Racing, that distinctive number 77 on your screen there.
Following Jia Yifeng now, number 77. Makes its way around. Tricky conditions. The rain has stopped. Well, the last I was out in pit lane a few minutes ago. But wind, still strong wind around the circuit. So very mixed conditions that we're having. We have about 10 minutes of just a bit of wind, another 10 minutes of proper rain.
Yeah, it's well, it's keeping the track wet, as we were riding there with Jimmy Racing's Jia Yifeng. Although the first session results weren't really anything to go by, because the best times were set in the dry first half of the session. Before it was red flagged. But Jia Yifeng in the first session put in a best time of 1:42 in the early stages. Be really interesting to see what he can do in these wet conditions on his home circuit. Jimmy Racing are a really good Chinese team. They've got a fantastic record in the Chinese Superbike Championships. So they will have selected their Supersport 600 rider carefully, to say the least.
Right now, already early on, the only rider below 150 is Apiwat Wongtananon.
Yeah, I saw him on one of the official ARRC Instagram stories, smiling and looking up at the sky and pointing, saying, "Yes, bring it."
Yeah.
I think bring it is his attitude to pretty much everything, actually.
I feel like if it was even, what was it, the ice racing though? Oh, I forgot what it's called, but I think even that he would be like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, that's it. Well, this is Zhou Fenglong on screen there, another of the Chinese riders. It's great to see in here. He's for Silver Steed Racing Team, another well-established team here in Chinese racing. And looking nice and smooth on the bike. Yeah, great shots here of the Chinese wild card. There he's coming up to, I think that's turn 7. I need to check a track map. Oh, I was right. That's lucky. I can still remember my track walk.
Good to see the Kawasaki as well in the 600 class.
Yeah. So orientating ourselves on this track, that was turn 9. There's another left-hander, turn 10. And then a blast up to turn 11, which merges into turn 12. It's a long, long right-hander, effectively, as you're about to see. Zhou Fenglong navigate his way around it. Wide line in. And out, and then there's a long, long sprint down to the final turn, turn 14, which goes through just a left-hand kink. And this is turn 14, which is a fairly quick final corner. We often see, like at Buriram and Sepang, we see these very tight final turns, but here it's a fast one that requires a lot of bravery. Apiwat is top by about 2 seconds at the moment.
I was just shaking my head seeing that. I mean, this rider that we have here, Apiwat, he's consistent. He's just always improving. He doesn't look phased. He's a true competitor. He's improving again through each sector.
Yeah. Yeah, phenomenal stuff. The rider to watch, well, rain or shine.
I do want to know what he eats for breakfast. This is unbelievable from him.
Yeah, he looks even leaner than usual at the moment, so the answer is probably not very much. He's definitely eating his greens, that's for sure. There on screen, we have Reza Danica Arens, the AP 250 champion, who's moved up into the 600 class for this season, followed by Azroy Hakim Anwar, who won here last time out, and unfortunately started his season in Buriram with a double, very, very unlucky pair of DNFs.
Just analyzing, I'm not sure if it's the color of the winglets, but it looks like Reza's winglets are a bit bigger than Azroy's, which could be a different thing brought in by Astra. Not too certain.
Oh, really? Okay.
It could be the color. It's just because on Azroy's is against the blue of the bike. It just looks a bit larger. For now, on the track, Adinanta Putra not doing too bad. He's keeping it as close as he can to Api Watt. Tanat as well, very impressive in these conditions.
Yeah, he's 1.7 seconds adrift of Api Watt, but currently the best of the rest. Decent session again from Tanat Longpliao. Good selection, Tanat, the number 31 you just saw on your screen behind Azroy there. Good selection for Honda Racing Thailand. He was in AP 250s last year. Not sure if he managed to get a podium last year, but clearly Honda Racing Thailand have seen his potential, because he's definitely not making up the numbers. And we've got McKinley Carl-Paz, the number 23 for Yamaha Techni Racing, Team ASEAN. Back with Azroy, who's looking for an upturn in his luck as well as his results.
I was just looking at the spray coming off the bikes and down the straight. There's a significant amount of water on the track now.
Yeah, there must be a program that can tell us gallons per second that are coming off the back.
Someone will figure it out.
Great camera work here. It's ultra close-up work, catching Azroy and Tanat. McKinley Carl-Paz, there he is, number 23. They usually run the black livery for free practice. Tanat has a look, slides up inside Azroy. They tip into turn 10.
You can see them just going across a puddle of water there, and it just upsets the bike slightly, but they're keeping it under control.
Yeah, the quality of these Dunlop wet weather tyres is phenomenal, really. I mean, anybody who's even ridden a road bike in the rain knows just how treacherous it feels. But these tyres give you real grip in these conditions. There goes Kiatisak across the line for Honda Racing Thailand.
Tanat for Honda Racing Thailand has gone up into second now. And Api Watt as well has improved, 146.7. And he's improving again on this this coming lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, indeed it does. So here comes Kiatisak, keeping that nicely under control. Great work from the Thai rookie.
Helmi Osman's been struggling in this session. I mean, he had his crash in practice 1, but he's found it hard to get into those 149s. He's stuck at 151 now.
So Kiatisak a few seconds off the pace, but looking like he means it on that CBR 600. And we're not yet halfway through this session. Oh! Oh, and there goes Reza Danica. He almost saved it, but he did save himself.
And luckily the bike did not go back onto the tarmac, because that would have been dangerous. That's a big one there for Reza.
Yeah, that was, yeah, I felt my heart rate shoot up then.
Yeah. But the
Reza
good thing,
walks away.
Yeah.
Happily.
It's really good to see Reza walking away from that, because that was a big one.
There he goes.
Wow, that was early there as well. Proper tank slapper. He's going to feel that one. You can see he just lost it under him, and
yeah, tucks in, slides away. The bike's going to need a little bit of attention, so that'll be his FP2 done. But it's a reminder of just how difficult these conditions are.
yeah, it can really just catch you off guard like that. He was already on his line. He was already exiting, and it just went away altogether.
Yeah, we saw Xiaojun Chong just go through. I mean, that crash with Reza, I was watching the bike in front of him because they got all over the curb.
Yeah, I was thinking that's where it could get sketchy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And here is your championship leader, and by far the quickest rider. He's got a 2-second advantage now over everybody else. Apiwat Wongtananon, the Thai racer we've seen him in AP250s and Superbikes in ARRC, as well as Supersport 600 now, and he's had all sorts of experience in CEV, Moto2. Absolutely supreme. Well, he was at Buriram, actually at the end of, his wildcard appearance at the end of 2023. Really quick through there.
He just looks so controlled and composed, and it's another 145 for him. And even though it's not faster than his previous lap, it's still faster than anyone else.
Yeah, just watching him coming through turn 14 there, it looked to my eyes like he was just going too fast.
Yeah, you would think he would run wide or he would lose the front.
He didn't even get near the edge of the circuit.
Yeah, he's so in control of his machine, and he's just in another level at this point. In these conditions, he's just flourishing.
Yeah, Helmi Asman, he's had a pole position and podium finishes here before. But as you said, Daniel, he's been a little bit quiet.
He's still not able to go below a 150 for Helmi. I mean, the crash he had in practice one didn't look like it would have shaken him up too badly, but he's just struggling. I mean, he's just at a 150.6, so he's improving step by step. But let's take Helmi to Tanat in second. That's a nearly a 4-second gap.
Yeah, that's a better comparison given what Apiwat's done at the top. Well, we know Helmi's capable.
That's right, his teammate so far, he's done 149.187 as his best lap. He's been sitting in 7th. Half a second of between him to McKinley Calpez in 6th.
Yeah, had an answer further down than I would have expected. Reza Danica, who had that heart stopper of a crash, remains in 4th for now.
Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia has done a good job in this session. Finds himself in 3rd, just 0.6 behind Tanat in 2nd. So there's a moment here for Wahyu Nugroho as he exits the last turn, and whoa, you can see that was close.
all over the place, and he's just trying to figure out now where are those pegs.
And in comparison, that looked way like that line that he took in the speed. Oh wait, before that, someone's gone off here. I think it's one of the wildcards. Yeah, that's Zhou Fenglong.
Yeah, it's the Silver Steed. Kawasaki parked at the side there.
Doesn't look as much. It doesn't look like a crash as much as a technical issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Wahyu just now, I mean, if you see the line that Apiwat took and the line that Wahyu took, it looked like Wahyu wasn't carrying that much speed in comparison to Apiwat, but Apiwat's just so in control of the power, and that's not taking anything away from Wahyu. He's been brilliant, but yeah, in just an instant, he lost the rear.
Yeah, I thought exactly the same. There was a comparison in my mind then of Apiwat going through there, because Apiwat looked so fast, and I was thinking, surely not, but he didn't budge, he just held it and went through.
I remember someone said to me, I can't remember who, but they always said that the best riders in the wet are those who can just be absolutely smooth on the gas and brakes, and they just won't lose it. You know, if they're gentle on the throttle and really ring it out when the grip comes, they will be ahead. I think that's just what it's what Apiwat has found. He's just so smooth, even though we know he can be aggressive when he needs to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But he knows exactly what's required for these conditions.
Bit of a snap there for Helmi.
Yeah.
Helmi's still struggling a bit to find this in the lap times. He's improving every lap. It's a 150.2 on the previous one. Let's watch Helmi now as he comes down the front straight. A wide exit there for him. This could be the one for him, but no, it's an improvement again, but a 150.201.
Yeah, once again, compare with the best time of Apiwat, 145.4.
Shout out to Xia Juntong. If we look at where he's found himself, he's half a second behind Kiatisak.
Yeah, as you said earlier, Daniel, it's good to see what company these riders are in. And he's sandwiched between Kiatisak and Helmi Asman.
Azroy in pit lane, McKinley Kalpaz as well back to pit. Reza, we know from the crash earlier. Great to see him walking away from that one. Tanan Apiwat as well, back into the pit box. Got 9 minutes left. Wahyu Nugroho has just set his fastest, a 147.108.
Back with Kiatisak there, the number 31 for Honda Racing Thailand.
This is Adinanta Putra.
Oh, yeah, beg his pardon. In the spray, I misread the number.
Yeah, I was just...
Adinanta, yeah.
Let's bring out the 21.
I don't know how that managed to look like 85 to me, but...
That was just right at the end. I was like, it's 21, yeah. Wahyu Nugroho has found another improvement as well, both Adinanta, but Adinanta goes up into third, 146.947. Wahyu Nugroho down into fourth, 147.108.
So Adinanta, the fastest currently on track, with Apiwat and Tana in the pit box. This is more where I expected to see Adinanta in this session.
I think Adinanta is just really adapted to the 600s very, very well. He's a tall, lanky rider, and I think the 600s class is the perfect step for him now.
Yep, definitely agree with that. And there he has got Xia Juntong behind him. As we were saying earlier, the attitude of Xia Juntong is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's a real hard worker. I mean, we've watched him round after round, find himself. He's found his rhythm. And he's making improvements every time.
Yeah, he's establishing himself as, you know, something of a flag carrier for racing in China.
Just an update on timing.
Sorry. That's it. Sorry, Daniel. And just talking about Chinese riders, there is Jimmy Racing's Zhuhai Feng. 152.6 is his best time.
So just on the topic of Xia Juntong, both him and Helmi have done below a 1 minute 50. Xia Juntong 149.8, Helmi a 149.6. So again, credit to Xia Juntong. Really impressive.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. That's basically a factory-supported Honda and a privateer Yamaha.
So here we follow Jia Yifeng, number 77. He is riding a Yamaha YZF R6 as well, for the Jimmy Racing team. And weather update, just in case you thought that the rain has stopped completely, it has started again. That's been pretty much how Friday's practice sessions have been looking so far.
Yeah, just when you think it's brightening up, it starts raining again, and that's because the wind has been blowing. But looking out the windows as we were, I can't see the trees blowing quite as hard as they were.
Yeah, it's just a light breeze for now, so it's not as a strong wind as we've seen in the previous sessions. Wahyu Nugroho, he's just improved to 146.4, so he's just 1.032 away from Apiwat.
Another lap for Jia Yifeng for Jimmy Racing.
Yeah, I think
52 that time around.
And then he's like, I'm not having any of that. And oh, Xia Juntong. I must credit Xia Juntong right now because a 149.329 from him is really, really impressive. He's finding improvements every lap. He's closing down now onto Azra Hakim Anwar. Again, another factory-supported Honda rider. And Xia Juntong is just so impressive. And yeah, I think Victor Racing has picked up the game as well. They've provided a good bike for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's another terrific team in the paddock, another terrific privateer team with such a long and storied history. Not always the most blessed with resources, but whenever you go there, you can feel the positive atmosphere in the pits, and the way they work with the riders is just brilliant.
Follow us right now. Apiwat has just begun his first flying lap of his second stint. We'll get about 2 laps in with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I was expecting him to come out again.
I can see that a few times. I noticed when you see the spray kicking up. I always thought that what's upsetting the riders was just the puddles, but I think it's just the knee sliders getting caught in the water.
Yeah, because the water's gathering just by the curbs, between the curb and the asphalt, and so yeah, as the knee goes down, it splashes through. I noticed that too. I've seen a few riders with double knee sliders, but by no means everybody. Let's just have a look. Oh yeah, double knee sliders for Azri. Good idea.
Yeah, definitely. So by the looks of it, the only 2 riders in pit lane right now, Reza, of course, after that crash, Adinant Putra. The rest of the grid, all 10 riders we have out on track. Except for Zhou Feng Long, I think, because he had that bike issue and his bike was at the side.
Yeah, just looking at the laps being put in, it seems like Azroy spent a long time out. He's done 11 laps. He's on his 12th lap. Busiest rider has been Wayu Nugroho with 14, and Sharjin Tong and Helmi on 13 completed laps so far.
Apiwat has come across a 146.001. This will be his final flying lap in practice 2. For now, we follow Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy is improving on this lap. He's got improved on sector 1. There's a final turn left, turn 14 for Azroy. Let's see if Azroy can find a few places up. Comes across 148.7. So he does improve, but he remains in 7th.
That's it, and he's still pushing. This will be his last time around. Less than a minute before the checkered flag comes out to end this session.
Azroy's teammate Helmi's just found a bit of pace at 148.7, so that puts Helmi now into 7th and relegates Azroy down into 8th.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Wayu Nugroho on screen, but definite shout to him for almost getting within a second of Apiwat, and there is Adananta paddling his way through the gravel.
I think it looks like just an overshoot there, not a crash for him.
That'll be his session effectively done. With the flag coming out, tick-tock now. So the best time for Adananta, 146.947. That's a nice shot there of Apiwat, again flying through that final turn 14. And that was in the 145s.
I find it amazing how he picks the bike out. Like, he turns in really early through turn 14. Whereas you see other riders trying to play it a bit wide, perhaps trying to use more track width to get on the power, but Apiwat doesn't need it.
Yeah, it's quite a masterclass there. Looks like a 1 second advantage over everybody else. There goes Sharjin Tong, number 22. Brilliant session from him once again. And great to see him dip under the 150s and into the low 149s. Reza Danica slipped only one place back from 4th to 5th after that crash. So yeah, trees still waving about, but I don't think quite as badly as before, but there it is. 145.409 was the best time for Apiwat Wongtananon for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. And that was just over a second quicker than Wayu Nugroho. Brilliant performance from him for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He was second. Third was Tanat Longpliao. Fourth, Adananta Putra for Astra Honda. And his teammate who crashed out at turn 10, Reza Danica, was fifth. Sixth, McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Techni. Helmi Asman, seventh on a 148.7. And Azroy, his teammate, in eighth. Ninth, great performance again from Sharjin Tong for Victor Racing, 149.2. Kyatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand was 10th. Jai Fung for Jimmy Racing Team, 152.5, puts him 11th. And Zhou Feng Long for Silver Steed was 12th. We saw him stop in that session. So that's it. Everybody has now had a full wet session. And that brings us to 12:30 local time in China, which means there is a lunch break here at Zhuhai International Circuit. So we will take a break and we'll be back at 1:30 with the second free practice session of the day for the ASB 1000. So don't miss it. We will see you back here then. This is round 2 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.